Chapter 1. No matter what stood in our way, the Holiday Haven Inn always rose to the challenge. In the past 5.5 years, Mercy and I had dealt with eccentric guests, conniving business rivals, and all the madness a magical town in which it was always Christmas had to offer. But I had to admit that decorating the inn for the summer solstice brought a new kind of challenge entirely. Given that the town was located at the North Pole, there weren't many places one could buy anything remotely related to summer as I'd known it back in England. Even in the middle of June, everything was blanketed in snow and draped in tinsel. So far, all I'd managed to come up with was a handful of miniature buckets and spades to hang on the Christmas tree in the reception area, in place of the usual baubles and trinkets. As I lined up the new decorations on the desk, I ran through a mental list of all the summery-themed items I knew, and then gave up and asked my best friend. "Any ideas, Mercy?" "Sunbeams instead of snowflakes?" she suggested. "Sandals instead of stockings?" "Hey, I know who we can ask about what to use instead of Santa hats." "I am not texting my parents, Mercy," I sternly told her. "They'll show up on our doorstep with a crate of ridiculous hats shaped like ice cream cones that sing, 'I do like to be beside the seaside.'" My parents had unleashed their particular brand of madness upon the inn once already, when they'd paid an unexpected visit during our event to celebrate 5 years of running the Holiday Haven Inn. In fairness to them, it had all worked out in the end, but not without a significant number of hair-raising experiences for all of us. Or hat-raising, as it were. Novelty hats were the high-crest family business, and despite my best efforts to avoid their questionable fashion choices, even going as far as to fly to the North Pole to escape, they hadn't entirely given up on the idea of me applying the creative magic I'd inherited to headwear instead of running a magical inn. Anyway, I'd been hoping the summer solstice would be a little more low-key, if there was such a thing here in Holiday Haven, anyway. "Do they have a hat shaped like an ice cream cone?" Mercy adjusted her own tinsel-lined hat before replacing it atop her long, curly dark hair. It matched the crimson and silver scarf wrapped around her neck. "Haven't a clue, but I'd sooner wear a sack on my head." I pulled out the box of blank baubles I'd ordered online. "How about we turn the baubles into beach balls?" "Great idea," Mercy said. "As long as nobody tries to throw them around, of course. That could get messy." I suspected she wouldn't let the hat idea drop entirely, given that my parents' magic was versatile enough to be applied to any occasion, and I'd inherited enough of it myself to be able to add a bit of summer-themed flair to our usual wintry decor. That didn't mean I needed to start a conversation that would end in hats shaped like ice cream cones and general mayhem. Still, we'd kept the same holiday-themed decor for almost 6 years straight, and with the summer solstice beach bash this weekend promising a change from Holiday Haven's usual wintry cheer, now was the perfect occasion to temporarily put away the tinsel and stockings and try something new. I picked out a bauble and selected a bright orange pen before drawing stripes on its white surface. What are the odds that Janice's Inn is covered in summer decorations by the end of the week? Fairly high, but she'll claim she thought of the idea herself. Janice's Inn was the town's main rival to ours, but her lack of inventive ideas didn't prevent her from borrowing ours, despite her lack of the creative magic to back them up. I continued decorating the baubles while Mercy approached the large Christmas tree next to the desk and began stripping it of its decorations before placing them into an empty cardboard box. With no new guests arriving today, we'd found ourselves with a welcome stretch of free time to start on our new theme. "Pity we can't switch to summer-themed clothing as well," I commented. An enchanted town where it snowed all year round was not the ideal place to walk around in shorts and t-shirts. Unless you know a witch who can conjure up sunshine instead of snow. Mercy herself possessed wintry magic that could summon a snowstorm on a whim, which was part of the reason she'd wanted to move up to the North Pole in the first place. As for me, I just loved Christmas and all its associated fun. Getting away from the never-ending parade of novelty hats had just been one bonus to moving here. "I don't know of any," she answered. "Doesn't mean they don't exist, of course." We could put out an ad like we did for our new staff members. Maybe, she said in thoughtful tones. We should probably hold off on hiring anyone else, though. Any particular reason? We weren't short on cash, though now that I thought about it, we didn't have any new bookings for the next week or so. Kind of odd, given the upcoming summer solstice beach bash, but not many people made a habit of visiting the North Pole in June. The weekend-long party was more for the current residents than outsiders. When Mercy gave a non-committal shrug, though, I frowned. She'd been keeping to herself a lot lately, though some of that was due to her new boyfriend Daryl, who was part of the local theatre group and was always inviting Mercy to come and watch him perform in his various productions. They'd been together for nearly 6 months now, so I couldn't entirely pin the secretiveness on her relationship with him. But what else might she be scheming? We don't have any guests this week, I said to her. Does that not strike you as a bit unusual? Should I start putting out word that we're running a special deal for anyone coming to attend the summer solstice beach bash? No need, she said. I'm working on something. What does that mean? She gave me a sideways look. Nothing is confirmed yet, but I'll tell you as soon as I have news. Just as long as you haven't secretly started a novelty hat-themed event without telling me. Don't worry, I'd tell you if I did, she smiled. It's all good. Suspicion rose within me. You haven't started using the wishing box again, have you? Definitely not. Good. We'd made a mutual decision not to lay a finger on the wishing box if we could avoid it, following the events of a few months ago in which its magic had unleashed all kinds of madness upon the inn when it had been taken by someone with bad intentions. The notion of a box that could grant you any wish you desired, within reason, seemed too good to be true in hindsight, and the ways in which it granted the requester's wishes didn't always work out in everyone's favour. In the wrong hands, even more so. For that reason, it had been gathering dust for the better part of 6 months. We hadn't needed the box to help us grow our business, but I couldn't think of any other reason for Mercy to be reluctant to share anything with me. We'd been best friends since long before we'd both left England to move up to the North Pole. I trusted her, but it did worry me a little that our guest lists were completely blank for the next week or so. Janice didn't swipe all our guests, did she? I asked. No, she didn't, said Mercy. I'm sorry for being vague. I know you don't like it. It's more surprises I'm not keen on. Mostly because my parents' idea of a fun surprise was a hat shaped like a trombone. Then I should probably tell you I ordered a thumping sound from outside the door interrupted her sentence. There it is. Mercy, what did you order? A large box sat in front of the door, completely blocking the way out. Mail in Holiday Haven was generally carried by owls, but they'd have needed a dozen giant owls in order to carry that package. Instead, a sledge was parked outside, and as we watched, the man who delivered the package edged sideways through the door and dripped snow all over the mat. Alan Spencer, generally known to everyone by his surname, looked more like he should be on the cover of a magazine than delivering packages at the North Pole. He wore a thick fur-lined black coat that matched his coal-coloured hair, while his eyes were the same shade of blue as a winter sky. Yes, I was perfectly aware of how much of a cliché that sounded, but it wasn't as if I'd actually told him that to his face. Hey, Spencer. I stared at the box behind him, wondering what in the world Mercy had bought this time. Hey, Carol, he said. Sorry I dropped the box so close to your door. The poor owls couldn't handle the weight. A small white and brown owl tugged at the box with his claws, as if to prove his point. Spencer caught the small feathery creature in his hand before the owl fell on his face atop the enormous package. Watch out, Sunbeam. His name is Sunbeam. Adorable. Yeah, he's the latest to join the team, so I thought I'd give him an appropriate name for the solstice, he replied. The postmaster has me training him. He's a little over-enthusiastic, but keen to learn. Spencer was one of the handful of people I'd met in Holiday Haven who'd originally come from England like Mercy and me. I'd been curious to know how he'd ended up at the North Pole, but every time I tried to have a conversation with him, there seemed to be some kind of interruption or distraction, like that massive box on our doorstep, for instance. What's in there? You don't know what you ordered? He released the owl, who chirped at me and flapped his little wings. I need someone to sign for it. Mercy? I turned towards the counter, but she'd picked up the phone and was talking in a hushed voice to whoever was on the other end. When she saw me looking, she ducked into the back room as if she didn't want to be overheard. I watched her for a moment, wondering if she had got out the wishing box and had somehow summoned up a mystery package. Why, though? I'll sign for it, but I might need a hand getting it out the way of the door. Sure. Spencer held out a rather damp clipboard and pen, and I scribbled my signature and hoped I hadn't agreed to the delivery of a giant ice cream cone-shaped hat. Sorry everything is all wet. The sledge ploughed straight into a snowdrift when the reindeer first tried to lift that package. I handed him the clipboard. I can imagine. Let me give you a hand with that. Between us, we managed to shove the giant heap of cardboard off the doorstep. Admittedly, Spencer did most of the work, with my own upper body strength not much better than Sunbeam the owl's, but within minutes the package was safely beside the flock of life-size snow witches at the side of the inn. I wiped my snow-soaked hands on my equally damp jeans. I assumed Mercy would tell me if she ordered a giant model of the abominable snowman, but perhaps not. Is that what's in there? No, that was a joke. Not a very good one, evidently. Might be a prop to decorate for the summer solstice, though. You're going to the beach bash? He asked. If so, we might run into one another. Ah, there's your friend. Right. I shuffled back awkwardly into the doorway. See you soon. At the beach bash, maybe. Or I might see you before then if you order any more mysterious packages. He departed for the sledge, while I ducked into the lobby and silently berated myself for not being able to string a coherent sentence together in front of him. Did you have a chat with Spencer? Mercy inquired from behind me. Given that you're the colour of Rudolph's nose, I'm guessing so. Mercy. I turned towards her in exasperation. You just had me sign for a mystery package that none of the owls could carry. Oops. She gave me a sheepish look. I'm guessing the packaging was heavier than I thought. Did I hear him say he'd see you at the summer solstice beach bash? No. He'd said might anyway, but that depended on whether Mercy's schemes would end up causing me to end up signing for mystery packages all weekend instead. Did you order a tank or a sledge? No, and don't change the subject, she said. Spencer seems to like you a lot, you know. He's always coming up with excuses to visit. Excuses like delivering a package which I didn't actually order myself? I raised a brow at her. What is in that box? Are you sure you aren't the one changing the subject? Honestly, she'd been trying to find a promising date for me ever since she'd met her significant other, Daryl, but it wasn't easy to find a guy who was my type up at the North Pole. We were misfits even by Holiday Haven's standards, and there wasn't anywhere quite like Holiday Haven. Guilty, she grinned. You are avoiding the question, though. Do you like him? I like him just fine. Call it evasive, but I was a little more focused on our weird new package than my non-existent romantic life. What's in the box? Forget the box. Her grin widened. We have VIP guests coming this week. I just got the call to confirm it. You did? Whatever I'd expected, it wasn't that. A call from whom? You aren't going to believe this, she breathed. I just got off the phone with Mrs. Claus. She wants to hire out the inn for her VIP clients. My jaw dropped so heavily it might well have crashed straight through to the South Pole. She wants to hire the whole inn for the attendance of some kind of conference. Her voice positively vibrated with excitement. She needs the entire inn for all her special VIP guests. This is it. It's our big break. What kind of guests are we talking about, though? I asked. I mean, are they here to attend the summer solstice beach bash? She didn't mention it, she said, but given the timing, I'm sure she'd want them to be there. Mrs. Claus. Everyone knew she ran the show up at the North Pole, and the fact that she'd picked our inn to host her special guests was a promising sign for the future of our business. So when are these guests coming? Today. I know the timing is short notice, but it sounds like a different location hosts the conference each time, and it hasn't been held at Holiday Haven for a while. That's why I couldn't book in any more guests this week. So we'll have to put the decorating on hold? I wished she'd mentioned it before we'd started removing baubles from the tree. And the package, whatever it is? The package contains a new sign for us to put up outside, she explained. Ah, there you are, Caitlin. Can you do me a huge favour and open that massive box out there? The short elf woman who worked as our cleaner and did other odd jobs around the inn had just entered the lobby. A red hat perched atop her pointed ears, matching the rest of her cheery outfit. What did you buy, an elephant? Possibly. I fetched a pair of scissors and went to help Caitlin cut open the box. It took several minutes, and when the cardboard lid opened, it revealed another box underneath. Seriously? Are you sure this isn't just boxes all the way down? It's very well protected. Mercy hovered behind me while Caitlin removed each piece of cardboard until we could see the large signpost inside. The wooden sign read Holiday Haven Inn in an elaborate font, and the words were covered in what appeared to be light bulbs. Isn't it nice? Mercy asked. The letters light up in a few different colours, but I think the batteries and whatnot are in another package. Might want to ask someone who knows their way around electrics to help us out. I stripped more cardboard away and stacked it next to the signpost. Are you sure we have enough time to set it up before the guests arrive? What guests? Caitlin asked over her shoulder as she carried a stack of cardboard to the recycling bins around the corner. Mrs. Claus is hiring out the inn for her special VIP guests, Mercy told her. They're coming up to the North Pole for a conference. She didn't give any more specifics, I asked. What kind of guests are we talking about exactly? That was when the Easter Bunny came walking towards the inn. Chapter 2. Mercy and I both stared at the Easter Bunny for a long moment. Neither of us had met him in person, but a large white rabbit the size of a person wearing a buttoned coat and a top hat balanced between his ears wasn't the sort of thing one saw every day, even in Holiday Haven. There was no question that he wasn't a guy in a costume, but the real deal. The Easter Bunny chewed on a piece of grass, which stuck out of his mouth as he looked Mercy and me up and down. Well? Mercy recovered from her shock first. Welcome to the Holiday Haven Inn. You must be the Easter Bunny. Well, I'm not the Tooth Fairy, am I? He said irritably. What's all this? What's all what? Mercy blinked at him. Sorry, we were just unpacking a delivery. I was told not to expect you to arrive until later. Then I'll go and have a nap while you get ready, he sniffed. It's been a long flight, you know. Mercy looked alarmed. I didn't mean to say we weren't ready. Come on in. She hastened to beckon him into the reception area, where the Easter Bunny's unimpressed expression didn't budge an inch as he took in the tinsel-draped doorways and the towering tree next to the desk. You're the first guest here, so you get first pick of the rooms, Mercy told him. Then I'll stay at the bottom, he announced. Ah, there aren't any guest rooms on this floor, she said apologetically. We just have the main hall and the kitchen and dining area down here. There's 2 rooms up on the first floor, though, if one of those will do. A scowl appeared on his face. Fine, then. Here. I took the key for one of the first-floor rooms from behind the counter and offered it to him, while the Easter Bunny continued to chew on his piece of grass. You'll be in room 1. Have you been to Holiday Haven before? I was pretty sure I'd remember if he had, and so would everyone else for that matter. No, he answered. I have not. I suppose it makes a change from leaving eggs lying around for small children to find or wearing silly costumes. I'm too old for this. I'm almost 6. I had no idea what he expected me to say to that. I hope you enjoy your stay. He dug a hand into the pocket of his coat and handed Mercy a thick file. This is a list of my requirements for meal times and snacks. I would suggest you hand that to whoever is in charge of your kitchens. He picked up his suitcase and made for the stairs without another word. After a moment of silence, I turned to Mercy. He's not what I expected. That was putting it mildly. Then again, everyone outside of the North Pole thought that Mrs. Claus's husband was the one in charge, and not that he took a back seat. It shouldn't come as a surprise that the public image of the Easter Bunny was considerably different than the reality. I know, said Mercy. Mrs. Claus must be confident we can do a good job of satisfying her special guests, though. Are they all going to be Easter-themed? Maybe the Easter Bunny would warm towards us a little if we painted the baubles to look like eggs instead of beach balls. Or not, given his apparent annoyance towards his own traditions. "No, but they're here to represent other holidays," she said. "Mrs. Claus told me that I could email her if we had any concerns. I wish she'd mentioned that the guests would show up early, or that they'd have absurd requirements." I picked up the file the Easter Bunny had left on the desk. He wants someone to bring fresh cabbage leaves to his room every 2 hours during the day? The kitchen staff can handle that. Mercy peered over my shoulder. It's a small price to pay for the boost to our business. I'd wanted us to have more guests, but I hadn't even needed to use the wishing box to have to remind myself to be careful what I wished for. What holidays do the other guests represent, then? The door swung open, interrupting her answer, and a startlingly handsome man walked into the reception area. He carried a bow and a quiver of arrows strapped to his back, and a large set of wings sprouted from his shoulders. He gave a sweeping bow that made his blonde hair fall into his eyes. "Cupid, at your service." All the air fled the room, and it took me several seconds to remember how to breathe and regain my equilibrium. "Are you here to stay at the inn? For the conference?" "Maybe I am." He batted his eyelashes, and both Mercy and I swayed as if hit by a breeze from an open door. "Welcome to the Holiday Haven Inn, Cupid." Mercy ducked behind the desk. "Hang on, I'll get your room key." She did so without looking at him, and I didn't blame her in the slightest. Looking at Cupid was like trying to stare into the sun, and his dazzling handsomeness was far too intense to be natural. He must be using some kind of magic, and it wasn't until he disappeared up the stairs that both Mercy and I fully regained the use of our senses. What in the world was that? I rubbed my eyes, already ashamed that it had such a strong effect on me. "It's a spell." Mercy released a shaky breath. "Mrs. Claus warned me not to look him directly in the eyes if I could avoid it, but she didn't mention why. She said there was more information in the files she sent us." "What files?" "She said they were attached to an email." She moved towards the computer, but footsteps sounded on the stairs. Before either of us could move, Cupid emerged into the reception area again, his magic hitting the pair of us with the force of a truck. "Can I help you?" Mercy's voice sounded breathless. "Did you want to see the sights?" "Yes, I think I would." He sauntered over to grab some leaflets from near the desk. "Oh, there's an ice rink." An ice rink? If Cupid had the same effect on anyone he looked at, he'd cause a public safety hazard. Maybe we needed to start wearing sunglasses. At least they'd be fitting with the event theme of the solstice. "Listen, Cupid." His handsome face twisted into a scowl. "What is he doing here?" My attention turned towards the door, where another man had entered. Fortunately, he didn't bring a wave of magic along with him, and was average-looking by comparison. He did have wings sprouting from his shoulders, but without the bow and arrows, he resembled an oversized pixie. He also wore a large necklace draped around his neck, decorated with... were those teeth? "Can I help you?" Mercy called to him. "I'm the Tooth Fairy," he answered. "I'm here for the conference with Mrs. Claus." Cupid glowered at him, while Mercy fished out another key and handed it to the new arrival. "My apologies, we're busy today. You'll be up on the second floor, room 3. "Mrs. Claus didn't invite you?" Cupid said to the Tooth Fairy. "You aren't a representative of an important holiday. You exchange children's teeth for money." The Tooth Fairy snatched up the key. "At least I don't manipulate everyone I meet." Cupid rolled his eyes. "Always jealous, aren't you?" I stifled an unexpected laugh, mostly a result of the sheer absurdity of their argument. "Aren't you both guests of Mrs. Claus?" asked Mercy. "Your names are both on the list. I'd suggest you take it up with her if you have any problems." "Maybe I will." Cupid sauntered over to the Tooth Fairy. "Would she give you an extra bonus if you handed in your own teeth?" Luckily for all of us, someone else entered the reception before their argument could escalate any further. A pretty woman with long, luscious dark hair and a pair of wings behind her shoulders approached the desk. She wore a holly leaf-green dress and a red scarf wrapped around her neck. "Oh, hello," she greeted Mercy and me. "This is the Holiday Haven Inn, right?" "Yes, it is." I kept a wary eye on the others, but they'd both stopped their argument in its tracks. "You're here for the conference?" "I'm the fairy godmother, but I'll be booked in as Betty." The tooth fairy made a strangled noise, gaping at her as if she'd hit him with Cupid's magic. "I didn't know you'd be here." "Oh, sorry, am I cutting in line?" She gave a delicate laugh. No. He hastened to step aside, while Cupid laughed under his breath. I shot him a glare, regretting the gesture when his magic hit me in the eyeballs again. While I struggled to catch my breath, the fairy godmother gave Cupid a stern look. "Are you misbehaving again?" "Certainly not," Cupid answered in a petulant tone. "I will leave you to your introductions." He departed for the stairs again, while the tooth fairy seemed to pull himself together. "I didn't realise you'd be coming to the conference," he said to the fairy godmother. "I mean, we haven't seen each other since Easter." "No, we haven't," she smiled, taking her room key from Mercy. "Aren't you going to your room?" Yes, I am." He hurried towards the stairs. "I think I prefer the location for this conference to the last one, even if it is a bit cold." "The North Pole tends to be." The fairy godmother watched him disappear upstairs, while I hoped Cupid had gone into his room and wouldn't be waiting to ambush the tooth fairy again. When the fairy godmother departed too, my shoulders slumped with relief. "Is that it?" I asked Mercy. "We have almost a full house now." "We'd better tell Caitlin." "And give those files to Angus," I added, wondering how the inn's head chef would react to the news that he was going to have to provide the Easter bunny with fresh cabbage leaves every couple of hours. He'll be thrilled. I picked up the files and headed for the kitchen. Before I reached the door, Caitlin herself entered the reception area and looked up the stairs in bewilderment. "What's going on?" she asked. "Where'd all those people come from?" "Mrs. Claus is holding a conference," explained Mercy. "She asked us to host her VIP guests, and they all showed up at the same time. Sorry I didn't have time to warn you first." "I'm not complaining about having more business," she said. "They're a bit strange, though, aren't they? Isn't one of them a rabbit?" "The Easter bunny," clarified Mercy. "I know, he's not what I expected either. He has a few requirements for meals, since he only eats fresh vegetables and, well, not much else. I suppose he is a rabbit, so we can't really blame him." "True." His attitude was another matter, though. Also, I'd watch out for Cupid. A flush crept across her face. "Was he the pretty one? I saw him through the window." "Trust me, he has that effect on everyone, but it's only a spell," Mercy warned her. "In fact, I'd better check that email from Mrs. Claus to see if she's given me any advice on how to avoid it." "Wise idea," I agreed. "I think that sign is going to have to wait." "I'll finish getting rid of the cardboard then." Caitlin went outside again. A moment later, footsteps sounded on the stairs and the Easter bunny came into view. He'd thrown away the grass he'd been chewing, but his expression remained unimpressed when he spotted the file tucked under my arm. "Have you not made yourself aware of my requirements for mealtimes and accommodations?" "I was just on my way to hand it over to the kitchen staff," I told him. "Is everything else to your liking?" "I had to rearrange the furniture in my room," he sniffed. "I'm a rabbit, not a human. Sleeping in a bed is undignified." "If you say so." "That's fine." "Good." His ears twitched. "You should know that I always review my accommodations. You wouldn't believe some of the shoddy places that call themselves decent hotels." Mercy fixed on a smile. "I won't pretend we're a 5-star hotel, but I'm told that we're the best small inn in Holiday Haven." "That remains to be seen." "That's friendly." He was hardly the first demanding guest we'd dealt with, but as a VIP at an important conference, it was to be expected that he'd have high standards. Still, it'd be worth putting up with the minor inconvenience for the boost in publicity, right? After he'd gone back upstairs, I rolled my eyes. He's a bit of a diva, isn't he? We might need to find a way to keep him busy elsewhere if we want to attend to any of the other guests. "He won't be here most of the time," she reminded me. "The guests have tomorrow free, but after that they'll be at the conference." He'll have a hard job finding someone willing to sell him raw cabbage leaves and carrot sticks every few hours in Holiday Haven, though. It wasn't our fault the North Pole wasn't equipped to serve the needs of an incredibly fussy rabbit, but whether he'd accept that excuse remained to be seen. In the meantime, I took the Easter Bunny's file through the restaurant and pushed open the door to the kitchen. Inside, I found Alfie, the bear-shifter kitchen assistant, and handed him the file. "What's this?" The bear-shifter, who was huge and broad even in his human form, looked at the file in confusion. "The Easter Bunny's mealtime requirements." "The Easter Bunny?" His mouth hung open. "We're hosting the Easter Bunny?" "You've got it. Fair warning, he's very particular about his meal times." "Looks that way." His brows lifted as he flipped through the file. "I'll pass this on to Angus." "Thanks." I returned to the reception area where Mercy sat in front of the computer. She glanced up at me. "Mrs. Claus's email says that Cupid's power affects every heterosexual female who looks directly at him, and there's no known way to switch it off. Would wearing sunglasses help?" "Possibly, but do we even have any with us?" she asked. "I'm not certain I packed any when we left England." "I'll have to look in my room," I said. "Anyway, it won't stop him doing the same to everyone else he runs into. Can you imagine what chaos he might cause on the ice rink?" She gave a shudder. "We'd better come up with some alternative activities for him to occupy himself with tomorrow, then. Mrs. Claus was careful to emphasize that he has no control over his abilities." "Even so, I don't want us to get blamed for any ridiculous stunts he gets up to." "True," she said. "Poor Darryl. I'll message him warning him to stay away from the inn when he's around. He'd be so upset if he saw me fall under Cupid's spell." "Yeah, I bet he would." I thought of Spencer with a twinge of guilt. The sunglasses would fit with the solstice theme, so it wouldn't look weird for us to be wearing them indoors. Cupid was a nuisance, but Mrs. Claus had invited him to take part in her conference, and we needed to deal with the consequences the best we could. While Mercy read the rest of the email, I went upstairs to my room in search of sunglasses and found a couple of pairs at the back of the wardrobe. They'd look ridiculous when paired with our thick coats and scarves, but it wasn't as if we could ditch the cold weather clothing, and it was better than losing a few brain cells whenever we looked directly at Cupid, assuming they worked, of course. When I returned downstairs, I found that Mercy had gone into the back room. Caitlin hovered near the desk, wearing a dazed look on her face. I expected a comment on my sunglasses, but instead she gave a sigh. "What is it?" I asked. "Did the Easter Bunny make more demands?" "No, nothing like that," she sighed again. "I just, you know." "Not really." What was the matter with her? "What's wrong?" "I love him," she said. "Alfie." "Since when?" She'd been drooling over Cupid not long ago. "Are you joking?" "No, don't make fun of me." "I'm not, but this is sudden." Had Cupid's magic had a stronger effect on her than on the rest of us? Possibly, but I thought it was meant to make people fall in love with him, rather than on someone else altogether. Mercy walked out of the back room. "What's going on?" "She says she's in love with Alfie the bear shifter," I told her. Caitlin gave me a hurt look. "I can't believe you'd mock me like that." "I'm not. This makes no sense, Caitlin." I raised my brows at Mercy in the hopes that she'd back me up, but instead she sat down by the computer again, her expression stricken. "What is it?" I joined her behind the desk. "Is this some side effect of Cupid's magic?" "You might say that." She scrolled down the computer screen, revealing the email from Mrs. Claus. "If anyone gets hit by one of his arrows, Cupid can make someone fall in love with anyone he chooses to." "His arrows?" I studied Caitlin. "Were you hit by an arrow at any point?" "I don't know." Her hand self-consciously travelled up her arm, where I glimpsed a hole in the sleeve. "Does it matter?" "I'd say it does." Why Cupid would fire an arrow at one of our staff members was a complete mystery, but I had no other explanation for her weird behaviour. Wait, there's got to be a counterspell of some kind, right? Cupid would know. She pushed to her feet. "It's not going to make us popular, but we have to talk to him." "We do." I privately wondered if Alfie himself knew about Caitlin's so-called crush yet. He couldn't, given that I'd been talking to him in the kitchen not long ago, but I hoped she didn't corner him while we were upstairs. Better put on our sunglasses first. Chapter 3. Mercy and I climbed the stairs to the first floor and knocked on Cupid's door. "Yes?" A shuffling noise came from inside the room, and the door opened a fraction.
What is it? Do you need me to do a photo shoot, perhaps? Or maybe model some new clothes?
What? No. I took a step back from the door and pushed my sunglasses firmly into place. Can we talk to you? Cupid's face appeared in the gap between the door and the wall.
Why are you wearing sunglasses indoors?
I didn't feel light-headed this time. Did that mean the glasses were working? Because of the summer solstice, Mercy said from behind me. Also, to protect ourselves from you. He gave us both a dazzling grin as he opened the door fully, but even that didn't render me speechless as it had earlier.
What makes you think you need protecting from me?
I'm fairly sure you know why. He couldn't be oblivious to the effect his magic had on people, but with the sunglasses on, I felt completely normal. The same might not apply to those arrows of his, but at least Mercy and I weren't going to be reduced to half our mental capacity while interrogating him. His grin dimmed a little.
Do you think I have any control over the effect I have on people? I can't help being the best-looking person in every room. It's rather taxing, frankly.
How unfortunate. I had zero sympathy, given poor Caitlin's current state. If anything, I think you're enjoying yourself.
Cupid scowled. Is that any way to talk to one of your VIP guests?
Did you put a spell on Caitlin? Mercy jumped straight to the point. She's acting as though she was hit by one of your arrows.
These arrows?
He pushed open the door a little, revealing the quiver and bow leaning against the bed.
I have no idea who Caitlin is.
She's a member of our staff, I explained. When I ran into her downstairs, she started declaring love for someone she'd never professed any interest in before.
And you thought to blame me for that?
His wounded expression put me in mind of a kicked puppy.
How hurtful.
I know what your arrows can do, Cupid, said Mercy in a stern voice. There's nobody else here who has magical arrows that can make someone fall in love with anyone who they choose. Why not just admit to it?
Who did she even fall in love with?
He asked. Elfie, who works in the kitchens, I replied.
I have no idea who that is.
He spoke in triumphant tones.
How can I have possibly made her fall in love with someone I'd never seen before?
Good question. I didn't know the specifics of how his magic worked, but if he was telling the truth, then how had Caitlin fallen victim to his spell? It was definitely one of your arrows that caused it.
Then someone set me up.
He nodded to himself.
Yes, that must be what happened.
I wasn't inclined to take his word for it on that, since he'd been scrambling for an excuse from the get-go. But if he genuinely didn't know Elfie or Caitlin, and that was a requirement for his magic to work, then I'd be hard-pressed to explain how the arrow had reached its target. Of course, despite Mrs. Claw's detailed email, nobody knew how his arrows worked better than Cupid himself. Set you up how? I gave the bow and quiver a pointed look. Unless one of the arrows went missing, then there's no proof anyone else did it instead.
I'll count them myself.
He grabbed the quiver and tipped the arrows out onto the carpet, while Mercy and I both instinctively backed up a step. The arrows hardly looked sharp enough to leave a scratch, but it had been enough to affect Caitlin. Come to think of it, what had happened to the arrow itself? We'd have to look for it when we returned downstairs. Cupid lined up the arrows in rows, muttering to himself.
I suppose I'm an easy target to blame, given my unique talents. It's a burden as much as a gift, you know. Everyone wants to look at me, but nobody wants to know me.
Tragic, Mercy said dryly. I don't see any proof you didn't do it. I had a hard job feeling sorry for him too, considering the state of poor Caitlin, and Alfie, if he found out about her unexpected crush. When he'd finished counting the arrows, Cupid ran his finger over their surfaces again. Then he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with indignation.
Some of my arrows are missing.
Someone stole your arrows and used one of them on our staff? It sounded absurd, yet he nodded as if I'd spoken complete sense.
The Tooth Fairy.
He sprang to his feet in an instant.
He wants me to get into trouble. I wouldn't put anything past him.
Wait. Their rivalry had been obvious from the start, but Cupid wasn't exactly the picture of innocence either. We need more proof than a hunch. When would he have taken your arrows, though? Asked Mercy. You aren't even staying on the same floor.
Does that matter? He scoffed. He could have swiped them when we passed each other on the stairs.
You did?
Yes, we did.
We'd have to check with the Tooth Fairy himself, though he'd be equally inclined to shift the blame onto Cupid without any prompting. Regardless, Cupid struck me as more of a troublemaker than the Tooth Fairy did, and if we hadn't had our sunglasses on, we'd have been powerless to resist his charms. Then we'll talk to him and see if he can shed any light on the situation, said Mercy. You'll tell us if you remember anything else, won't you?
Naturally.
He picked up the arrows one at a time, putting them back into the quiver.
These aren't cheap, you know. I don't use them lightly.
Really? I couldn't keep the skepticism from my tone. How long do their effects last, exactly? He blinked.
I don't know. It varies.
What do you mean you don't know? I looked at Mercy in alarm. Is Caitlin going to be stuck like this indefinitely? More arrows disappeared into his bag.
I shouldn't think so. It usually takes a few days, sometimes up to a week.
A week? Uh-oh. That could cause problems, especially if Elfie learned the news of her unfortunate crush on him. He rose to his feet, picking up his quiver.
Perhaps I'll talk to the Tooth Fairy myself.
No, leave it to us. Mercy backed out of the room. We'll be back if we have any more questions. She closed the door firmly before walking back downstairs. I thought you were going to speak to the Tooth Fairy. I hurried to catch up to her. Where are you going? To see if there's any more information about those arrows in the file Mrs. Claus sent me. I thought you already read the whole thing. I kept pace with her as we approached the desk. I don't think he's innocent, for the record. I think he was far too ready to leap on an excuse to blame the Tooth Fairy. All the same, I don't see how he could possibly have seen Elfie. The staff haven't left the kitchen since the guest showed up, and Cupid wouldn't know his name unless one of us had told him. Maybe not, but he might have omitted some crucial facts about those arrows. I waited behind the desk while she opened her emails again. Does it say how long the effects last? No. She tapped on some keys. I'll ask. I'm sure Mrs. Claus will know. Are you sure you want her to know that the guests haven't even been here an hour and we're already having trouble? I can pretend to be asking to satisfy my own curiosity. She hesitated, her fingers hovering above the keyboard. Cupid has no incentive to tell any of us the truth, so we have to find out somehow. She might want to know why you're curious about love spells, though. Okay. She tapped on the keyboard. I'll say you want to know if it'll work on Spencer. Don't you even think about it. I reached for the keyboard and she laughed and pulled it out of reach. Joking, joking. She placed the keyboard back down. In all seriousness, I think he misplaced the arrows himself, and the part about him having to name the person his target falls in love with isn't true. So you don't think we should question the Tooth Fairy just in case? When I've finished emailing, we can do that. Just exploring all our options. While she typed, I went in search of Caitlin. I hoped the effects didn't last for more than a couple of days, though even Cupid himself didn't seem to be certain of the limits. No, that part was definitely a lie. The arrows belonged to him, after all. I halted abruptly when the sound of voices came from outside. With a brief glance at Mercy, I made for the door and pushed it open, hearing Caitlin's voice drifting from somewhere in front of the inn. Oh no, she hadn't found Elfie, had she? Back in a second, I called to Mercy. I darted outside, finding none other than Spencer standing near the unwrapped new door sign. Caitlin had ambushed him, and from the alarmed look on his face, she was telling him all about her romantic woes. Even Sunbeam wore the wide-eyed look of someone hoping for an excuse to run for the hills, though that might be a typical expression for an owl. She sniffed loudly. I need to tell him how I feel, you know. Caitlin! I hurried over to her. Mercy needs to talk to you inside. Oh, of course. She entered the inn while I watched Spencer put down a couple of smaller boxes to go with the larger one, assisted by an enthusiastic Sunbeam. Why did he have to show up now? Sorry about her. I kept my eyes on the owl to avoid looking directly at him. She's under a spell.
Someone put a spell on her? He lifted his head. What kind of spell?
A love spell. It made her fall in love with Elfie. Heat crept up my neck. We're trying to figure out how to fix it.
Isn't Elfie a bear shifter?
Yes, he is. My face was so red that if I lay down, the snow would probably melt. Not sure who's responsible, but it's why she's acting so strangely. He gave me an odd look. So much for not making a fool of myself again.
Carol, is there a reason you're wearing sunglasses?
Oh, that's what he was looking at. It's for the summer solstice theme. We were trying out possible costumes which didn't involve dressing inappropriately for the weather, though it probably looks weird to have sunglasses combined with winter coats.
Sounds more practical than weird.
Sunbeam the owl hooted as if in agreement.
Anyway, I came to deliver the rest of your order.
Right. I looked at the owl and then at the snow witches, as if in the hopes that one of them would rescue me from this conversation. Thanks. He didn't move.
It's no problem. I heard you had some new guests.
Word had spread already. It's why we haven't had time to set up that sign yet. Mrs. Claus hired out the entire inn for VIP guests attending her private conference, and they all showed up at the same time.
Oh, so that's why there was a rabbit wandering around in one of the upstairs rooms, he said. I saw him through the window.
Ah, yeah, that's the Easter Bunny. His eyes widened.
You're serious?
Yes. Typical. The one time I actually got to have a proper conversation with him, and I was too busy worrying about Cupid and Caitlin to focus. He's not quite what I expected, but we're busier today than I expected.
If you need help with the sign, I can lend a hand, he offered. I'm decent enough at DIY, if that's not too presumptuous.
Are you sure? I asked. I mean, you're still doing deliveries, aren't you?
I'll be free around 5, he told me. I know you're busy, but don't feel obligated to say yes.
Did I really want Spencer near the inn with our questionable array of weird guests? No, but it was safe to say that neither Mercy nor I would have any time to spare to fix the signpost, and I wouldn't object to having a helping hand. I'll check with Mercy, but I'm sure she'll be okay with it. Feel free to drop by at 5.
That's no problem, he said. I'll see you soon.
Despite myself, I smiled as he left the inn with Sunbeam the owl fluttering along behind him. At least, until a loud crash echoed from somewhere behind me, causing the whole building to tremble. What happened this time? Darting back inside, I found the reception area ominously empty, but more thuds and scraping noises came from upstairs. Bracing myself, I ran up the staircase and found my path blocked by a blizzard. Chapter 4. The source of the blizzard turned out to be none other than Mercy, who stood between Cupid and the Tooth Fairy with an uncharacteristically steely expression on her face. Snowflakes swirled around her hands while I held up my arms in a futile attempt to keep myself getting covered in snow too. What's going on? Cupid raised his bow in answer, while the Tooth Fairy brandished some kind of sharp-looking instrument at him. Stop this at once! Mercy commanded. No fighting! He accused me of committing a crime, said the Tooth Fairy indignantly, as if I'd ever so much as lay a finger on those arrows of his.
I can give you a close-up look if you aren't sure.
Cupid raised his bow and pointed an arrow directly at the Tooth Fairy's nose.
You wanted me to take the blame, didn't you?
They're your arrows, squeaked the Tooth Fairy. This is hardly the first time you've tried to wriggle out of taking any responsibility for something you did yourself. I knew inviting you here was a mistake.
That was Mrs. Claus's idea, not yours, Cupid told him. I think you'll find I'm a far more important guest than you are. Everyone knows my name, but do they know yours?
Yes, they do, growled the Tooth Fairy.
Small children know your name, but I work for adults.
Cupid puffed out his chest.
That makes me far more important than you are.
Mercy raised her hands, and a gust of wind brought a cloud of snowflakes down on both of their heads. That's enough! Both of you, calm down. I want to talk to the Tooth Fairy alone, Cupid.
Ha!
Cupid lowered his bow.
Told you so. Even she thinks you're guilty.
I can't believe this. The Tooth Fairy looked between us. You'd believe him over me? We're not saying we believe one person or the other, I informed him, but we want to talk to you alone if you don't mind. We'd like to hear your side of the story.
There is no story, he grumbled, but if it gets him out of my hair, then fine.
Following Mercy's lead, he went downstairs to the reception area. I, meanwhile, turned towards the smirking Cupid. You're not off the hook, I warned him. It was one of your arrows that caused this, whoever actually fired it. I left him on the stairs and joined the others downstairs. The Tooth Fairy was still clutching his weird, sharp-looking instrument. What is that? I asked. It's a mammoth tooth. He spoke as if it should have been obvious. To defend myself, you know. I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to let you carry weapons on our property, Mercy told him. Though that also applies to Cupid's arrows. Yes, it does, said the Tooth Fairy. I don't even know who the arrow hit. Caitlin, replied Mercy, one of our staff members. Cupid claimed that he was in his room at the time and that some of his arrows went missing. The Tooth Fairy scoffed. Of course he'd say that. He wants me to get kicked out of the conference before it even starts. I did my best to keep my tone neutral, not accusing. It sounds like you and Cupid have known one another for a while. Do you know if it's true that in order for his arrows to work, he has to know the identity of the person he makes the target fall in love with? He blinked. Nah. Whoever gets hit by an arrow falls in love with the next person they lay eyes on. So Caitlin saw Elfie first, and Cupid wasn't telling the truth at all. So why would he shoot Caitlin? Mercy asked. And is there any way to prove if his arrows are missing? Not without finding them, and I bet he hid them himself. The Tooth Fairy's eyes narrowed. He doesn't need an excuse. Creating mayhem is in his nature, and if he can get me into trouble in the process, so much the better. For the record, we aren't blaming you for what he did. Mercy used a placating tone. But it would help if you could try to resist his attempts to wind you up. I don't want to break up any more fights. The Tooth Fairy hung his head. I know, I shouldn't have provoked him. You saw what he's like, though. We'd still appreciate it if you kept the fighting to a minimum, I said, at least until we can figure out if there are any more runaway arrows. Based on what I'd heard, Cupid was more likely to blame than the Tooth Fairy, wherever his missing arrows had ended up. He gave a nod. I'll go to my room, but if that Cupid is in there, then I think I'm justified in throwing him out, right? Throw him out, but please don't use that mammoth tusk on him, Mercy said. I hardly think Mrs. Claus will be thrilled if one of our guests gets stabbed. Where did you even get that from, anyway? A flush lit his face. I have a collection of teeth from all kinds of animals. It's a hobby. You get money from collecting teeth? Asked Mercy. Only children's teeth, he clarified. Adult teeth aren't as valuable. It's a noble profession. I don't care what Cupid says. We'll talk to him again. I nodded to Mercy. And see if we can find out what happened with that arrow. The Tooth Fairy's wings beat, carrying him towards the stairs. I wouldn't let him get away with anything. He's relentless. He flew upstairs and out of sight, leaving Mercy and me alone in the reception area. I can see why he feels slightly inadequate compared to Cupid, I whispered to Mercy. Cupid has people swooning at his feet, and the Tooth Fairy collects children's teeth for cash. I think one Cupid is quite enough, considering. Should we confiscate his arrows? I asked. Do we have a policy about not carrying weapons on the property? Good question. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. I think he'd have to give them up if we told him it was against the rules of the inn to have the arrows in his room. Hope so. It was then that I remembered I hadn't told Mercy about Spencer's unexpected offer yet. Oh yeah, Spencer volunteered to help set up our new sign. Her brows rose. When was this? While you were dealing with Cupid and the Tooth Fairy, I found Spencer outside with another delivery, I explained. Caitlin had ambushed him by the door, and I went to rescue him. She grinned. I knew he liked you. Heat swept across my face. He was bringing the rest of your order, Mercy. Anyway, I told him we had a bunch of unexpected guests, and he said he could set up the sign if we were too busy to do it ourselves. Uh-huh. A knowing glint appeared in her eyes. Yeah, that's definitely it. He'd do the same for anyone. Exactly. I pretended not to notice the sarcasm in her voice. I should probably warn him about low-flying arrows. We don't need any more accidents. Hey, that might be a good thing, She nudged me in the arm. Maybe a touch of Cupid's magic would prompt him to make a move. Or you? No way. I jerked out of her reach. That's not... Cupid's magic only makes people fall in love with him. Besides, the arrows aren't reliable. I was joking, she said. Seriously, though, it's obvious that he's interested in you anyway, arrows or not. I lowered my head into my hands. Mercy, please drop it. We have a bunch of new guests to please, one of whom is doing their best to trash our entire week. Romance is not my priority. Not if I wanted to find the person who'd stolen Cupid's arrows before they hit another target, anyway. Unfortunately, the universe had other plans. Footsteps came from the stairs, and a moment later, the Easter Bunny came into view with an aggrieved expression on his face. "Where are my cabbage leaves?" he demanded. "I expressly asked for them to be delivered on the hour." "Oh, sorry." Mercy jumped to attention. "I did tell the kitchen staff, but perhaps they forgot." "I'll check." I hurried towards the kitchens, finding Angus the elf presiding over the evening's meal, but no signs of Alfie. He hadn't been hit by an arrow spell too, had he? "Looking for Alfie?" Angus directed my attention towards a cupboard at the back, whose door opened a fraction to reveal the giant bear shifter crammed into the small space. Alfie poked his head out. "Carol, is that you?" I blinked. "What are you doing in there?" "I was hiding from Caitlin," he said. "She's been trying to follow me around for the past half hour. She seems to think she's in love with me." Oh no. I should have warned him sooner, or shut Caitlin into the cupboard instead. "It's a spell. I didn't realise she'd already come after you. But you did know she has this bizarre crush on me?" "Has someone been messing with that wishing box again?" Angus asked from behind me. "Because when I saw her this morning she was acting completely normal, not bothering my staff." "No, but one of Cupid's arrows went missing earlier," I explained. "They can make whoever they hit fall in love with the next person they see. I don't think Caitlin was the intended target, but we're trying to figure out what happened." "Cupid's arrows?" Alfie echoed. "How long does this spell last exactly?" We aren't sure. Cupid wasn't clear on that one." "Great." He shuffled out of the cupboard, folding his arms across his chest. "Do I seriously have to put up with her drooling over me until then?" "We'll try to keep her distracted," I said. "I'm sorry she latched onto you. We're trying to find the person responsible, but Cupid won't admit to doing it. He insists some of his arrows were stolen." Angus spoke up. "Do you want me to shake some sense into him?" "Tempting, but he is a VIP guest," I reminded him. "Anyway, the Easter Bunny is giving Mercy a hard time over his missing cabbage leaves." "Right, that." Alfie pressed a hand to his forehead. "I'll take the rabbit his cabbage leaves if you keep Caitlin from ambushing me on the way." "I'll do my best." I returned to the reception area, giving Mercy an apologetic look, when I saw the Easter Bunny was still glaring at her across the desk. You'd think he would have heard the clash between the Tooth Fairy and Cupid earlier, but the Easter Bunny seemed to be paying no attention to anything other than himself. "Your cabbage leaves are on their way," I told him. "Alfie will bring them straight to your room." "Good," he said haughtily. "I do hope this is the last time they're delayed. I'm taking notes, as I always do, and I will be sure to mention everything in the review I leave of your establishment when I leave." He departed, while I turned to Mercy and whispered, "Caitlin was pestering Alfie, so he had to hide in a cupboard." "Oh no!" Her shoulders slumped. "I didn't realise she'd actually gone after him." "He's pretty freaked out." Honestly, I didn't blame him a bit. "We need to keep her from going near the kitchen." "We could send her home," she said, "but we don't really want to be short on staff members at a time like this." "We don't need them to be creeping other people out and generally making a nuisance of themselves either." "True," she exhaled in a sigh. "I'll go and look for her." While she left, I moved behind the desk. "I'll stay here in case anyone else decides to lodge a complaint." While I waited for Mercy to return, Alfie appeared with a plate piled with cabbage leaves in one hand. "I'll take His Highness his snack." "Mercy is going to tell Caitlin to leave you alone," I told him. "We need all our staff here, so we can't send her home, but we can keep her out of your way." "You'd better." He lumbered upstairs, grumbling under his breath. Shortly after, Mercy returned to the reception area. I found Caitlin outside crying because Elfie rejected her. You've got it. She rolled her eyes. She's convinced he's just shy and actually feels the same as she does, and she's got a one-track mind. I couldn't get her to listen to reason at all. Seriously? This had to stop. Then we have a good reason to confiscate the rest of those arrows. I think you're right. She took a deep breath. Want to tell Cupid the bad news, then? Chapter 5. Cupid took the news about as badly as we'd both expected, answering the door to his room with a pout worthy of a 5-year-old in a temper.
I'm not giving away my arrows because of some people spreading unpleasant rumours about me.
You said yourself that the arrows can be used by anyone, I pointed out. If we put them somewhere secure, then nobody will be able to steal them again, assuming that was what had actually happened anyway.
Some of them are still missing, he objected. Shouldn't you be looking for the thief instead of taking away the arrows I already have?
It'll be easier to find them if we have the other arrows secured, said Mercy. Besides, if someone else gets hit by an arrow and all yours are confiscated, then it'd prove your innocence, wouldn't it? Exactly, I put in. It's temporary, and it's not like you can do much with the arrows while you're in your room, is it? Unless you planned on using them on people outside.
He sighed. I suppose I can hand them over if it helps prove that I'm entirely innocent.
Exactly. He was still at the top of our suspect list, but at least we'd have fewer arrows to worry about. I watched him take the arrows out of his quiver and hand them over to Mercy and me. You'll have them back before you know it.
I'd better, he scowled. It's hardly dignified. Who is Cupid without his arrows?
Nobody will notice, Mercy reassured him. Thanks for helping us out. He gave her a long-suffering look, but acquiesced, and I waited until the door to his room was thoroughly shut before removing my sunglasses again. Melodramatic, isn't he? I whispered to Mercy as we went downstairs. He's the one who steals the dignity of anyone who goes near him, Mercy said out of the corner of her mouth. We'll need to keep the sunglasses close at hand. And put those arrows somewhere secure. I carried them to the back room behind the desk at reception and dug out the key to the cupboard where we kept the wishing box. Since nobody had managed to get their hands on the wishing box since the incident 6 months ago, we designated the back room as the most secure place in the building. After securing the arrows, I returned to Mercy's side and glimpsed Caitlin meandering outside the front door. Is she still moping over Elfie? I asked. Without a doubt, Mercy replied. I hope she isn't planning to ambush Elfie again. I glimpsed her red-rimmed eyes and despondent expression and felt bad for her, since it wasn't Caitlin's fault that she'd been put under the spell, any more than it was Elfie's fault he had to avoid her until it wore off. No, Cupid was more responsible than the pair of them. Even if he hadn't fired the arrow himself, he'd still brought them with him in the first place. Mercy nudged me in the arm. Hey, look who's here. Behind Caitlin, Spencer approached the inn. My heart gave a flip. I'd better stop her ambushing him again. Has he come to help with the sign? She gave me a grin. Just as a simple favour? He didn't give any indication that it was anything more. Ignoring her laugh in the background, I hastened to the door before Caitlin reached him first. Caitlin, I smiled at her. Can you take the rest of that cardboard to the recycling bins? We're going to set up the sign now. All right. She gave a sniff, her eyes watering, but she did as I asked and was gone before Spencer caught up to me. He'd left Sunbeam the owl behind, but he'd brought a bag of tools with him, which surprised me. Not that I hadn't expected him to keep his word, but neither was I entirely convinced by Mercy's insistence that this was anything more than a favour for a friend. Hey, I greeted him. The sign and props are just over there, out of the way of the doors. He followed me to the Holiday Haven Inn sign and picked up one of the smaller packages. I think these must be for the lights. Bulbs, maybe. The instructions are somewhere in there. I trod through the remains of the cardboard boxes and fished out the instruction manual. Here. Spencer took the manual without opening it and delved into his toolbox instead. I think I can figure this one out. Don't tell me you're one of those guys who refuses to read the instructions. I watched him put the manual aside and start unpacking the smaller boxes. Guilty. He flashed me a smile. In fairness, it's easier for me to see how it fits together when I look at it myself. Good, because I have zero DIY skills, I said. even without VIP guests monopolising my attention. "Are they really demanding?" he asked. "You mentioned the Easter Bunny." He gave us a pile of instructions when he showed up, including the request that someone brings him shredded cabbage leaves from the kitchen every 2 hours. Wow. He blinked. I think the word demanding is an understatement personally. Are the others the same? Not exactly. I didn't particularly want to mention Cupid, especially his inconvenient magical powers, to say nothing of his apparent runaway arrows. I mean, I don't think the fairy godmother is that bad, but I haven't spoken to her much yet. It was nice to do something productive rather than fielding the Easter Bunny's ridiculous requests and stopping arguments between a certain pair of winged individuals, even if all I could really do was offer encouragement while Spencer set up the sign so it stood upright in front of the inn. Within an hour, though, it was almost fully dark outside, which made it tricky to see what we were doing. "I'll have to finish this tomorrow," he said, "if that's okay with you." "Of course it is." I hadn't expected him to make that much of a commitment, but I wasn't complaining. I appreciate the help. I'd have struggled for ages on my own, and so would Mercy. I thought she was the one who ordered it in the first place. I guess she didn't expect it to be quite that big. Hazards of ordering things over the internet. That's one of the few inconveniences of living all the way up here at the North Pole. You have to order everything online that isn't Christmas-related. Pretty much, I agreed. That's why it's proving a challenge for us to plan for the solstice when there's nothing summer-themed to be found in the local shops. So far, all we have are sunglasses, and I was going to decorate some baubles to look like beach balls. Actually, the convenience store has some summer-themed things in stock, especially for the beach bash. I saw them earlier. Oh, I didn't realise. That would make things easier. Thanks for letting me know. No worries. I know you have a lot going on with those guests of yours. You're telling me, I commented. I'm not sure what we'll do with them tomorrow. I don't suppose you know of any activities that would appeal to an incredibly fussy rabbit? He has a reputation for complaining about the slightest thing and leaving snarky reviews online for everywhere he goes. Is that why he was inspecting the other guests' rooms? Other rooms? I looked up at him, frowning. What do you mean? I saw him through the window earlier when I dropped off the second package, he said. He went into at least 3 different rooms. I assumed they weren't all his. No, that's news to me. Weird. Had he been nosing around the other guests' rooms when they weren't in? If so, might he have seen Cupid's missing arrows? He couldn't have taken them himself, surely, but it was weird enough that he'd seemingly been inspecting the other guests' rooms. Maybe I could ask him a few questions at dinner later, assuming I didn't have to field another argument between Cupid and the Tooth Fairy. It might not be worth noting, added Spencer. I shouldn't have worried you. No, I'm glad you told me. I'd need several pairs of eyes to watch everyone here at once. He grinned. I bet. I should be able to drop by after work tomorrow to finish up with that sign of yours. Thanks. I watched him leave, glad I had at least one good thing to look forward to tomorrow. I'd have to check out the supplies at the convenience store too, if I had any free time. Ducking back into the reception area, I went to join Mercy. Spencer told me that the convenience store has some summer-themed supplies in stock for the solstice. Oh, good, she said. I knew there had to be somewhere everyone could buy swimming costumes and beach towels. So how did you two get on? With the sign? It's almost done, but it's too dark to finish today. We'll have to pick it up again tomorrow. Did anyone else come downstairs while I was out? No, but dinner isn't until 7, she said. The Easter Bunny shouldn't come sniffing around for his cabbage leaves until then. Speaking of whom, Spencer told me he saw him walking around the other guests' rooms earlier. Really? What was he doing? Might he have been stealing arrows? I dropped my voice. That's a guess, but why would he inspect rooms that aren't his own? Unless he really does plan to mention every single room here in his review, including the ones he's not supposed to be in. Good point. Her lips pursed. We can ask, but I can't see him reacting well if he thinks we're accusing him of taking the arrows. No, and we have no proof. More of a hunch. Barely even that, really. I still thought Cupid was behind the whole thing, but there was just 1% of me that wasn't completely sure. This could go badly for us if it backfires. Besides, we'll be busy keeping Cupid and the Tooth Fairy from strangling one another at dinner. Is now a bad time to admit that I invited Daryl here for dinner? You didn't, did you? We haven't had time for a date all week, so I asked him to come to the inn, Mercy said. There's more than enough space for all of us, isn't there? He can help us deal with the guests if necessary. We might need extra help if we have to break up any fights. Mercy, Daryl is one of the least confrontational people I've ever met. It was kind of cute, really. Daryl treated Mercy like a princess, and I couldn't picture him leaping into the middle of a fight between two angry fairies. She gave a slight smile. He can be our moral support, then. I guess Daryl might help fend off the Easter Bunny's complaints, if nothing else, since he won't hear anyone say a word against you, I acknowledged, especially if we're getting an in-depth report on every single room. You joke, but that's not improbable. She moved over to the computer. Hang on, I can look him up online to see if he's left similar reviews for other inns like ours. Good idea. Then we'll know if he's more bark than bite, or whatever the rabbit equivalent is. I'll check. She loaded up the Winternet and then searched one of the popular sites for reviewing accommodation in magical communities. Reviews, the Easter Bunny. Not sure if he uses his real name, but I don't see him using a cutesy username. True. Let me know what you find. After a long silence, Mercy sucked in a breath. Sorry, Carol, but it looks like the rumours were true. I leaned in, seeing that the Easter Bunny had a below 3-star average on everything he'd rated so far, while his profile was full of essay-length reviews filled with an endless list of complaints. Inadequate cabbage leaves, too quiet, too loud. On and on and on. You've got to be kidding me, I murmured. Nope, she scrolled down. There are pages and pages of them. This guy really needs a new hobby. Yes, he does. If he was looking for things to criticise, the odds of pleasing him had shrunk even further. But what did that say about the possibility of him taking the arrows from Cupid while inspecting the other rooms? Might he be trying to discourage and distract us on purpose? Even a 5-star hotel would be hard-pressed to keep up with him when he insisted on making impossible demands, especially on top of dealing with all the other guests as well. But outright sabotage was another matter entirely. Nothing to do for now but hope the kitchen staff are on the ball with his servings of cabbage leaves. Mercy shut down the Winternet and rose to her feet. We'd better go and warn them. Sounds like a plan. Not that trying extra hard to please someone who might be trying to sabotage our business was a particularly appealing idea, but it was that, or prove his angry comments had merit after all. Not long after we delivered our warning to the kitchen staff, Daryl arrived. Tall and gangly, he had floppy dark hair that fell into his eyes, and was utterly devoted to Mercy. I did my best not to feel a pang of jealousy when he greeted her with a hug and kiss. I'd been telling the truth when I told Mercy that I didn't have time for romance in my life, but I felt distinctly like a third wheel when I accompanied them into the restaurant. While I was tempted to leave them alone at their cosy table in the corner, I wanted to stay as far as humanly possible from a certain rabbit. Typically, the Easter Bunny was the first guest to arrive. The kitchen staff had prepared and laid out a bowl of specially prepared cabbage leaves and other vegetables at his table. He gave the bowl a sniff and then sat down and started eating without comment. "Is that the Easter Bunny?" Daryl whispered. "Yes," Mercy whispered back. "He's a VIP guest. They all are." "Wow," he murmured. "I can see why you've been busy. I saw the sign outside too." "Spencer is helping Carol to put it together." Mercy shot me a mischievous grin. Because I have no DIY skills. I didn't rise to the bait, and it was a relief when the door opened again. Next to enter was the fairy godmother, who flew gracefully into the room and picked out a table next to ours. "I didn't know you ate in here yourselves." "Oh, most days we do," Mercy smiled at her. "This is Daryl, my boyfriend. Nice to meet you." She glanced over at the Easter Bunny, but he was completely disinterested in introducing himself to anyone else. "I'm commonly known as the fairy godmother. We're here for a conference with Mrs. Claus." "Oh, she's the one who organised this," said Daryl. "What do you think of Holiday Haven so far?" As they fell into an easy conversation, I waited with bated breath for the inevitable arrival of the other two fairies. The Tooth Fairy showed up first, hovering in the doorway in a manner that resembled a nervous teenager picking out a seat in the canteen. While Mercy beckoned him over, he didn't seem to notice, instead choosing a table in the far corner. Lastly, Cupid entered. I hastily pulled on my sunglasses to dim the glow of his magic, hoping that he and the Tooth Fairy would simply ignore one another. At first, it seemed as though they would, as the Tooth Fairy refused to look in Cupid's direction while we waited for our meals to arrive. Then, Cupid rose to his feet and sauntered over to the Tooth Fairy, grabbing a handful of napkins from his table. "Hey," said the Tooth Fairy, "those are mine."
"There aren't any at my table."
He stole some sachets of ketchup for good measure.
"You don't even like ketchup. Quit looking at me like that."
The Tooth Fairy looked him up and down. "What did you do with your bow and arrows? Lose them?" Cupid reddened, to my surprise.
"What's it to you?"
"Simmer down," Mercy called to them. "Let everyone enjoy their meals in peace." Cupid returned to his table. When the elf waitress Charmaine arrived with his meal, I could see the moment his magic hit her full in the face. She swayed on the spot so violently that she almost dropped his plate. The fairy godmother flitted over to rescue the plate and put it on Cupid's table. The Tooth Fairy snorted. "He's a public safety hazard if you ask me. Tooth Fairy, knock it off." The fairy godmother gently turned Charmaine around so that she was no longer looking directly at Cupid. It was the Tooth Fairy's turn to flush. "Look what he did, though." Recovering, Charmaine swayed a little on her return to the kitchen. As an awkward silence passed through the restaurant, Cupid cast a disgruntled look around the room, as if disappointed that nobody had leapt to his defence.
"I think I will take my meal in my room," he announced.
That wasn't the worst possible outcome, I had to admit, but the Tooth Fairy's mood didn't improve upon Cupid leaving the restaurant. Once he'd finished his meal, he sloped out of the restaurant without looking back. That left the fairy godmother and the Easter Bunny. The latter was still ignoring the rest of us, but the fairy godmother had no end of questions about Holiday Haven. Mercy and Darryl were all too happy to give her a rundown of the main attractions.
"What is this?"
The Easter Bunny's voice drifted across the restaurant, cutting through our conversation.
"Why are there olives in my salad? I distinctly said no olives."
"I'm pretty sure that wasn't in his list of requirements," Mercy said in an undertone. "Not that I know the whole list by heart." Charmaine came running out of the kitchen, where the Easter Bunny proceeded to ignore her attempts at apologies as she removed the olives from his salad. She looked so miserable by the end that my suspicions about the Easter Bunny's real reasons for sneaking around the other upstairs rooms rose to the surface again. When he finished his salad and left the restaurant, I rose to my feet before I could change my mind and waylaid him at the door. "Excuse me?"
"What?"
he scowled. "Are you going to tell me why your staff can't follow basic instructions? Your list didn't include no olives, did it?" Mercy was generally good at remembering that kind of thing. "I gave you an updated list," he told me. "I left it on the desk." "You didn't mention it to us." Did he expect us to be able to read his mind? "It won't happen again."
"See to it that it doesn't."
He shook his head, ears bobbing, and tried to leave again. I walked close behind him. "There's actually something else I wanted to ask you about." His ear twitched.
"What is it?"
"Someone stole one of Cupid's arrows and shot one of our staff members." I kept my voice low. I'd hoped to shock a confession out of him, if he had one, but his scowl remained in place.
"Someone stole what?"
"Cupid's arrows," I repeated. "Does he make a habit of hitting strangers with them?"
"I am well aware of the spell on those arrows," he growled. "Is there a point to all these questions?"
"He claims someone stole several arrows from his room," I explained. "I wondered if you saw anything, since you're staying on the same floor."
"Told you that, did he?"
"No, but he blamed the Tooth Fairy." I spoke quietly in case either of them was listening in. "Have they always been at one another's throats?"
"Yes, they have," he said. "Ask the fairy godmother if you want to hear inane gossip. I want no part of it."
He departed for the stairs while I returned to the restaurant, hoping I hadn't tarnished our reputation even further in his eyes. Mercy and Darryl were on their feet, ready to leave, but the fairy godmother gave me an assessing look.
Is everything okay?
Is he ever satisfied with anything? I asked in an undertone. I wish I could figure out how to distract him so that he forgets to post a review.
Be careful what you wish for,
said the fairy godmother. Which, incidentally, is what I'm required to say to anyone who uses my services. Wishes. How could I have forgotten the fairy godmother's magic was supposed to be based around granting wishes? We definitely don't need any more wishes, but I'll take that under advisement. Her brows rose up. Any more wishes? My mouth parted while I glanced over at Mercy. She seemed more interested in saying goodbye to Darryl than in our conversation, but I didn't know if she wanted me to tell anyone else about the wishing box, even someone who would have no use of it herself. Long story. I'd think on that one. Can you make the Easter Bunny develop a hobby that isn't leaving unpleasant reviews online? I can, admitted the fairy godmother, but my wishes aren't permanent. They only last for the duration of the day on which they're made. I thought there'd be a catch somewhere. There usually was. I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. After all, if her magic was straight out of the Cinderella fairy tale, then it'd be just our luck for everyone to turn into pumpkins at midnight. If you change your mind, you know who to ask. She departed, while I wondered if I was making a big mistake by not taking the offer of help. Still, I'd had enough of wishes. As far as I was concerned, they weren't worth the risk. Chapter 6. I thoroughly regretted my decision the following morning when I awoke to the sound of an ominous thumping noise outside the building. It sounded rather like a heavy package falling off a sledge. Had Mercy ordered yet another unexpected delivery? A moment later, Mercy knocked on my bedroom door. You might want to come downstairs. What did you order this time? I climbed out of bed. Or, it's not Cupid and the Tooth Fairy again, is it? No, it's Caitlin. I think she bought Alfie a present and ordered it to come here. I groaned. Give me 2 minutes. I threw on some clothes and then hurried down 3 sets of stairs to the lobby, where a large box blocked the view of the front path. When Mercy opened the door, a cold blast of air rushed through the lobby, while Caitlin began to tug at the packaging on the box. Caitlin, what is that? In answer, she pointed to the picture attached to the side of the box, which showed a life-sized wooden reindeer equipped with a spell that made it gallop around. Slightly better than a live one, but not much. I bought it especially for Alfie, she beamed. It cost me a fortune, but he can't say no to me after that, can he? Yes he can. It seemed the arrow's effects hadn't worn off yet, and she'd reached new levels of desperation overnight. We can't keep that at the inn. Don't worry, he can take it home with him. How? Mercy gave me a helpless look. Caitlin, someone had to talk some sense into her, and while I wasn't the best person for the job, maybe she'd listen to one of us. You were hit with one of Cupid's arrows. It made you fall in love with Alfie. Of course I fell in love with Alfie. A vague smile covered her mouth. Isn't it wonderful? Did you hear the part about Cupid's arrow? I asked. His arrows can make anyone fall in love with the first person they see. Your feelings, they aren't real. They'll go away with time, Mercy put in. Don't worry, we can help you return this package. She simply looked baffled. But they are real, I know they are. Mercy cleared her throat. Didn't you hear what Carol said? One of Cupid's arrows worked its magic on you and made you fall in love with Alfie. Yes, I'm in love with him, like I said. That's not what we were trying to say. Had she only been half listening? Possibly she had, but if anything, she was worse than she'd been yesterday. It was anyone's guess as to what she might try to do next. I don't think you should give him the present while he's at work. Mercy changed direction. Take it home instead. Good idea. I'll have it delivered to his home. That's not what she said either. Honestly. I think you're coming on a little too strong. Maybe think about it for a bit. I've been thinking about it forever, she sighed. It's been far too long already. I don't want to delay. But think about Alfie himself. I scrambled for anything that might make her see reason. Wouldn't he be embarrassed by a public display like this? Wouldn't he much rather have a quieter and more private gesture? Oh, do you think so? She looked at me, abruptly paying attention again. What should I do? We'll move the box, Mercy offered. You should go in and start cleaning the restaurant before Alfie starts breakfast. I'm sure he'll be very impressed with that. Great idea. She bounded into the inn, the door swinging shut behind her. I shook my head. I thought it might have worn off by today. Same here, Mercy replied. I figured that if she cleans the restaurant before Alfie shows up, she won't be under his feet when he's trying to work. Good thinking. That was the best we could hope for, because the spell made it so that nothing reached her ears except for what she wanted to hear, or what Cupid's spell wanted her to hear anyway. She's going to be mortified when she comes to her senses. That's why we need to minimize the damage. Starting with moving our latest unexpected delivery. I went upstairs to put on more layers and found a dozen messages had shown up on my phone overnight. Mum and Dad were still sending me suggestions for decorations, most of which revolved around magical hats decorated with sunbeams and ocean waves. I never should have told them about the beach bash this weekend, I remarked to Mercy. They haven't quite got to the ice cream hats idea yet, but I bet it's coming. At least it might be a distraction from the other madness. She pulled on a pair of thick gloves. Let's move this reindeer. I silently hoped Spencer might show up to give us a hand, but no such luck. Between us, we managed to shift the box, and by the time Alfie came to work, he found the route to the inn mercifully free of any mysterious packages.
Hey,
said the large bear shifter.
Is Caitlin back to normal?
Hang on. I'll see if the coast is clear. Mercy hurried off to make sure Caitlin had finished cleaning the restaurant and wasn't hovering outside the kitchen door waiting to ambush Alfie. Alfie watched her leave.
I assume that means no?
Unfortunately. He didn't know about the package, and I decided not to ruin his morning even further. We'll do our best to keep her distracted, but you might want to stay hidden in the kitchens.
Except when I'm taking the Easter Bunny his cabbage leaves.
He rolled his eyes and went off to the kitchens. In the meantime, Mercy and I continued moving the box to a less conspicuous location at the back of the inn, near the recycling bins. When we were done, we went back inside. Thanks to the distraction of our latest unexpected delivery, it wasn't until Cupid came flitting downstairs and turned his bright smile straight on me that I belatedly remembered I hadn't put on my sunglasses yet. At once, the effects of his magic washed over me like a tidal wave. Mercy, quicker on the uptake, shoved the pair of sunglasses onto my face at a lopsided angle. I moved them into place, relieved when the overwhelming magic faded, so that I could think clearly again. Thanks. Cupid's smile faded.
That's kind of insulting, you know.
It's a necessity, I scowled at him. Besides, I thought you didn't enjoy the effects your magic had on people.
Now you see things my way, don't you?
He folded his arms across his chest.
And yet you still took my arrows.
The arrows aren't the same. He might have no control over the effect he had on people when he looked at them, but using arrows to manipulate people into falling in love was another thing altogether. He gave a heavy sigh.
The whole situation is tragic. Why won't they leave me be?
Without waiting for a reply, he made for the restaurant, where a buffet table had been set up for breakfast. He's laying it on a bit too thick, if you ask me, I whispered to Mercy. Also, if he's going to go wandering around town today, someone needs to keep an eye on him. Rather you than me. The sound of beating wings came from the stairs, and the tooth fairy descended, making for the restaurant behind Cupid.
Oh, boy.
Sunglasses firmly in place, I followed. The Easter Bunny came in next, while Mercy and I sat at our usual table in the corner and watched the buffet table for any signs of trouble. Cupid smirked at the tooth fairy before snatching the last bread roll from in front of his nose. I wanted that, the tooth fairy protested. You don't even like bread rolls.
The early bird catches the worm,
Cupid said smugly. Cupid, that's enough, Mercy called to him. If you're not going to eat that, give it back to him. Cupid scowled.
Always so quick to throw the blame around, aren't you?
The fairy godmother entered, interrupting their argument. Are you two acting like toddlers again? The Tooth Fairy flushed and almost dropped his plate.
One of us is, and it's not me. Cupid gave a long, suffering sigh and tossed the bread roll at the Tooth Fairy, who didn't quite catch it before it fell to the floor.
That was your fault. I'll get you another one. Mercy headed to the kitchen while I resigned myself to spending the whole meal fending off arguments between them. The fairy godmother had other ideas. Pulling a glittering pink wand from her pocket, she raised it into the air to display to everyone in the restaurant. If you don't want a repeat of the last time I had to use this to break up one of your arguments, I suggest you drop it. To my great surprise, they did so. Cupid slunk away, while one of the staff brought the Tooth Fairy a replacement bread roll. What happened last time you had to use the wand? I asked the fairy godmother.
If we make it through the conference in one piece, I might tell you.
I raised a brow at Mercy, who shrugged. I'm more interested in knowing how we can keep those two from running into each other all day. They don't seem to have any shared interests, at least.
True, but it's a small town.
Cupid had already expressed interest in the ice rink, but that wasn't likely to end well for anyone either. Maybe asking the fairy godmother for a wish or three was the only surefire way to get everyone through the conference without any more trouble. At least you have Spencer coming back to finish fixing the sign later, Mercy commented when we returned to the reception area. That's something to look forward to.
I forgot about that, I admitted.
He didn't mention what time he'd be here, but we need to figure out how to get rid of that giant reindeer too. Tell me about it. Mercy glanced over at the main hall, from which we could hear Caitlin vacuuming the floors. Now would be the perfect time to use that wishing box again.
You don't mean that.
Have you forgotten how much trouble it caused last time? Besides, I knew better than to think a wave of a wand would fix any of this. There's no perfect way to make a wish, especially when Cupid's magic is unpredictable enough on its own. We fell silent when the Easter Bunny walked past, heading for the stairs. The sound of vacuuming ceased, and a moment later, Caitlin furtively exited the hall and darted into the restaurant. Mercy motioned towards her. Oh boy, I bet she's off to sneak into the kitchens again. Darting out from behind the desk, Mercy ran to intercept her. A moment later, the fairy godmother came in, her wings beating behind her shoulders, and flitted over to the desk. I couldn't help overhearing that she might be in need of a wish. Had she heard me mention the wishing box? That was more, well, wishful thinking on my part. I doubt a wish can deal with any of our current problems.
If you mean stopping Cupid and the Tooth Fairy from fighting with one another, you're probably right. A pause. But it sounds like you have personal experience with them.
Ah, Mercy and I recently had an incident involving a wishing box, I admitted. It caused us so much grief that we decided we'd rather fix our own problems from here on out.
A wishing box?
She nodded in understanding.
Oh, I think I know the sort of thing you mean.
It turned out to be more trouble than it was worth. Not that I'm implying your wishes are the same.
Oh, I don't take offence, she said. Honestly, I sometimes wish people would do more research before expecting me to wave my wand and solve all their problems. Wishes can only do so much.
Is there a difference between the box's magic and the sort of wishes you can grant, then? I asked, curious despite myself. I mean, with the box we have to write the wishes on paper and then the box interprets them how it wants.
Oh, the box isn't sentient, she told me. I'm fairly sure it has a limit on its capabilities, too. My own powers have fewer limits, and I have more control over the outcome of what you wish.
You do?
Of course, she replied. Granted, it depends on the wish, and each person gets only 3 wishes from me at a time. That's my rule.
Did I trust her enough to risk making a wish again? I certainly couldn't say I trusted that pesky box either, but it was tempting all the same. 3 might not be enough, to be honest.
Or too many, given what you told me yesterday, she added. I won't try to talk you into it, but it sounds like you're in a bit of a tricky situation with Cupid.
Someone was shot by one of Cupid's arrows yesterday. I decided I might as well give her the whole story. Cupid claims he wasn't responsible and that someone stole his arrows. He blamed the Tooth Fairy.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, she said. I prefer not to get involved in their arguments personally. I've already made it clear that I will not use my wishes for petty reasons.
I understand that, but we do need to know who was responsible. We confiscated Cupid's arrows for now.
That explains why he's in such a foul mood.
He still won't admit it was him, though. Meanwhile, Caitlin is pining over Elfie. She's an elf, and he's a bear shifter, and she went from disinterested in him to declaring her undying love. She even bought him a giant wooden reindeer, and we had to hide it around the back of the inn. She laughed, hiding it with a cough. Those arrows are no joke. Has he ever used his powers on you? No. A steely note entered her voice. He doesn't dare. Her change in tone made me wonder how powerful her own magic was. After all, a wish weaponized against someone else was a dangerous thing in the wrong hands. I should know. So there are some wishes you won't grant? I asked. Or some people you won't use them for, like Cupid? I made it clear earlier on that I would not use my powers on behalf of any of the people who are currently guests at the inn, she told me. Not that I can't, but if we're going to travel to conferences together, then I won't allow them to hire me for those purposes. Anyone else is free to ask for the use of my services if they desire. Solving our problems with a simple wish wouldn't be that simple, I knew, and yet I couldn't help wishing it really could be resolved in a wave of her wand and a shower of sparks. Whatever you do, don't tell Caitlin. She's already taking every opportunity to chase after Elfie, and the poor guy has enough on his hands. One might say love defies all logic, regardless of whether it's the result of a spell or not, she said. That's why wishes based around affections rarely turn out well, I found. I thought this over. Yeah, I guess it's hard to tell how the other person will react. If they only fall in love with someone because of a wish, then it's not the same as the real thing. Exactly, she said. If you want the other person to genuinely reciprocate, then keep wishes out of your romantic life. Heat rose to my cheeks at the thought of Spencer. I hadn't even thought about using the wishing box for that purpose, though I'd have bet the fairy godmother had received countless requests from people wanting to hire her to make the objects of their affection return their desires. What about the rivalry between Cupid and the Tooth Fairy? I asked. Have they always been like that? Believe it or not, they used to be friends. She accepted the change of subject without comment. Then they drifted apart. Cupid's magic is quite vexing to be around. What do you think about the arrows, then? Is Cupid the one who shot Caitlin, or do you think the Tooth Fairy stole his arrows in order to frame him? The Tooth Fairy wouldn't do that, she said. I know the pair of them have their issues, but I don't think he'd ever target innocent people to get Cupid blamed. That made sense. I guess we need to figure out how to make Cupid confess, or find the missing arrows if there are any. I'll keep an eye out. She flitted towards the stairs while I considered what she'd told me. Pondering on love and magic and wishes aside, everyone here thought Cupid was responsible for Caitlin's current state, except for Cupid himself. That was a clear verdict, if I ever heard one. When Mercy returned from chasing Caitlin out of the kitchen, I told her what the fairy godmother had said, omitting our discussion on the inadvisability of using wishes for romantic purposes. Mercy didn't need to know that, since she was perfectly happy with her current relationship. So, Cupid lied about the arrows, Mercy surmised. I wonder if he did hide some of them, though. I wouldn't put it past him. That's why I think someone ought to keep an eye on him from a distance while he's out. Even without the arrows, he's likely to use that charm of his on people. It's way out of our job descriptions to follow him everywhere, though. Not least because we're pretty much down one staff member, and we have to think of the other guests as well. Aren't they going out for the day, too? That ought to give us more leeway. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and the Easter Bunny came hopping into view. What would you recommend I do today? He asked the pair of us. I'm told there's a large number of local attractions, so I hope they don't disappoint me. That's right, Mercy spoke up promptly. There are tours of the town. I dislike tours, too much walking. Or ice skating? Ice skates are for humans, not rabbits. Sledging? Definitely not. The market? Come on, there has to be something. The market has such a wide selection that you're bound to find something you like there. I doubt that, but if that is the best you have to offer, then it will have to do. He turned away and hopped out of the inn. The door had hardly closed behind him before the Tooth Fairy came downstairs, wings trailing morosely behind him. He didn't stop to ask for recommendations, instead leaving by himself. Which of us should follow Cupid, then? I asked Mercy in an undertone. Whoever stays behind will be stuck with keeping Caitlin in check, so neither of us will have a fun time. Spencer might show up later, she said. You don't want to miss him, do you? He probably won't drop by until he's finished at work. We hadn't arranged a time, but there was Caitlin's ill-advised delivery to dispose of too. Anyway, one of us should drop by the convenience store and look for summer-themed decorations. Meaning you? She asked. Of the two of us, I'm the one not in a committed relationship, I reminded her. That means if I fall in love with Cupid and do anything stupid in public, it won't reflect on me as badly as it would on you. There's Spencer to think of, though. You don't want to end up doing anything you regret in front of him, do you? Honestly, I didn't have the time to think about my non-existent love life with everything else we had going on. He might not even think of me in that way, besides. I'm going to have to take the risk if I want to make sure nobody else ends up falling victim to Cupid's magic. She nodded. Okay, if you're sure. I held up my sunglasses. I've got it. Chapter 7. Famous last words, as it turned out. I hadn't really thought through how much attention wandering around Holiday Haven while wearing sunglasses would attract, but within a few seconds of following Cupid, I'd begun to draw stares and whispers from passers-by. After their comments caused Cupid himself to look over his shoulder and forced me to hide behind a group of carolers, I gave in and removed the sunglasses, resigning myself to risking being dazzled by Cupid if I accidentally looked him in the eyes. Tailing him from a safe distance, I walked through the town of Holiday Haven, taking in the bright decorations and the snow coating the rooftops. It was nice to get some fresh air, even if I did have to remind myself that I was supposed to be keeping an eye on Cupid, not admiring the gifts piled in shop windows or the never-melting snow sculptures or the adorable huskies pulling sledges along. I might have lived here for over 5 years, but I'd never grow tired of the magic of Holiday Haven. It wasn't hard to track Cupid, even amid the bustle of the market, because everyone who looked at him immediately fell under his spell. Sighs and adoring glances pursued him through the crowd, and he stopped for several minutes to engage in a discussion with a group of brightly dressed carolers. My gaze fell on the convenience store, and I recalled Spencer's tip that they sold some handy summer-themed decorations for the solstice. Cupid showed no signs of budging, so I ducked into the shop to see what they had on offer. A few minutes later, I left with several brightly wrapped bags, satisfied with what I'd managed to find. At least, until I realised that both Cupid and the carolers he'd been talking to had disappeared. Oh no, where had he wandered off to? I walked through the market at a fast pace and emerged near the ice rink just in time to spot Cupid emerge onto the ice with a glide that would make ballet dancers envious. He picked up speed, zipping around the rink with his wings outstretched to keep himself from losing his balance. Several people collided with one another when he zoomed past, while others stopped skating to gawk after him. I had to get away from there, preferably without falling under his spell myself. Easier said than done, because ice skating with sunglasses on was a recipe for disaster. Still, I didn't have much choice. As I neared the ice rink, the Easter Bunny came shuffling over to me. The tips of his long ears had turned bright pink with the cold. "I am most disappointed in the entertainment here," he growled. "There's nothing that suits my interests at all." "Didn't you look at the market?" "It's too bright in there. I prefer a more sombre atmosphere." "We're in Holiday Haven, not Halloween Hollow." I managed to curb the impulse to voice that comment aloud, but it seemed absurd of him to criticise a holiday-themed town for being too bright. It was like reprimanding carolers for being too jolly. I thought back to the endless list of reviews Mercy and I had found when we'd researched him online. He wasn't going to bash Holiday Haven as a whole, was he? That was all we needed. Think, Carol, there must be something I could do to distract him. "How would you like to learn to ice skate?" I blurted. "I bet you haven't tried it before." The Easter Bunny eyed the gleaming sheet of ice. "That looks dangerous." "It's perfectly safe," I told him. "I was on my way in anyway, so I can give you some pointers. I'm sure if you ask, they'll be happy to give you skates for all 4 of your feet. Paws." He watched the skaters for another moment. "I suppose I have nothing better to do today?" "Wait, he said yes?" "Okay, I'm going in." 5 minutes later, the Easter Bunny and I stood at the edge of the rink, listening to the roars and cheers, which I strongly suspected had to do with a certain winged menace flitting around the rink, as if he'd been hired for their entertainment. I hadn't a clue how I was supposed to confront Cupid when I also had the Easter Bunny with me, but I'd hardly expected him to say yes to my offer. Cupid zipped past us to a flurry of cheers and people falling into one another. He really is a public hazard. The Easter Bunny shrank back. "Do I have to do that?" "Definitely not." I attempted a reassuring tone. "Go at your own pace." I hadn't expected to spend the morning giving an ice skating lesson to the Easter Bunny while avoiding getting blasted in the face by Cupid's magic, but I kept my sunglasses on while I helped the terrified rabbit step out onto the ice. After a shaky start, he got the hang of it, and I gave him a couple of pointers while looking out for an opportunity to waylay Cupid. He whizzed in circles, more flying than skating, and several people fell over like a stack of dominoes. "I'm just heading over to catch Cupid before he causes an accident," I told the Easter Bunny. "I'll be right back." As Cupid zipped past yet again, I skated behind him, but he was much faster than me. His new crowd of admirers didn't help the situation either. "Hey," I called to him, "can you slow down a bit?"
"Stop ruining the fun."
He gave a dizzying twirl and then spun in the opposite direction, out of my reach. "You can't go backwards." Unfortunately, anyone who was supposed to enforce the rules was too busy gawking at him to notice. When he glided through a pack of carolers and then knocked them in all directions, I picked up speed and snagged his sleeve from behind. Instead of bringing him to a halt, I ended up being dragged after him halfway round the rink. "Cupid, stop!" He didn't slow.
"Not until you let go of me."
"Only when you stop bewitching people."
"Spoil sport."
He came to a sudden halt, the momentum causing me to go skidding out of control. Arms pinwheeling, I fell forward and landed flat on my face. Ow! Dazed, I lay on the ice for a moment. My sunglasses had snapped clean in two. I hurriedly closed my eyes to avoid looking at Cupid, which only hindered my efforts to get to my feet. So much for not drawing attention. 5 minutes later, I limped out of the ice rink with a tissue pressed to my bleeding nose and my shopping bags in hand. To my horror, the first person I saw when I left the rink was Spencer, because who else would be there to witness my humiliation? "Carol," he stared at me.
"What happened to you?"
A flush heated my already bruised face. "I tried teaching the Easter Bunny to ice skate."
"Seriously? What brought that on?"
"I was hoping to distract him from complaining about the snow."
"He came to Holiday Haven to complain about snow?"
"Apparently." I dabbed at my nose, stashing the remains of my sunglasses in my pocket. "I'd better head back to the inn."
"I'll walk you back. I actually have a bit of free time now if you need me to finish working on that sign."
"Oh, that." Of all the people to run into when I looked like I'd got into a fist fight with a Yeti, it had to be him. "All right, thanks."
"I see you went to the convenience store."
He looked at my bags.
"Did you find anything good?"
"Yes, it was a good idea." I leapt on the change of subject to distract him from the disaster that was my face. "We're not redecorating the whole inn, just the tree in the lobby, and maybe the restaurant. The sign should help too."
"And the sunglasses?"
"Not quite." I showed him the broken halves of my glasses. They were an unfortunate casualty of the ice rink.
"You should be able to get another pair from the convenience store."
"I'll go back when I'm not bleeding." I didn't need to make more of a public fool of myself than I already had, thanks. "Anyway, we should be set for the solstice at least." "Have you thought about adapting your winter hats?" he suggested. "Please don't say ice cream cones." His brows rose at my vehemence.
"Something against ice cream?"
"I like ice cream just fine, but my parents, they have this thing about novelty hats." Let's face it, discussing my weird family was hardly worse than my visit to the ice rink. It'd be just like them to give me a hat shaped like an ice cream cone and make me wear it in public.
"Do they live in Holiday Haven too?"
"No, but they came to visit last December," I explained. "They run a business selling creatively enhanced magical hats."
"Oh, cool."
He hadn't witnessed the carnage they'd created during their visit, otherwise cool was the last word anyone would use. But I'd draw the line at telling the full details of that fiasco. At least talking to him was a distraction from my throbbing nose and bruised dignity. Soon enough we reached the inn. He made for the signpost. "I'll get started on this right away." "I'll head in and clean up. Give me a minute." Mercy stared at me when I limped back into the reception area, still holding a tissue to my bloody nose. "What in the world happened to you?" "The ice rink happened." "You went skating in the middle of the day? I thought you were watching—" Cupid decided to visit the rink. I didn't need to say more. I also broke my sunglasses. "Oh, no!" She winced. "Is he still there?" "No, but he left a complete mess behind him." I placed the remains of my sunglasses on the desk. "Also, Spencer is outside finishing our sign." I limped to the nearest bathroom. When I saw the blood smeared across my face, I silently mourned my dignity, as well as my sunglasses. Once I'd wiped my face off, I returned to the reception area and gave Mercy the bags of summer-themed decorations I'd picked up. "You did buy some supplies." She put the bags down on the desk. "I wonder where the Easter Bunny went then." "He was at the ice rink too." I exhaled in a sigh. "It's been an incredibly weird morning." "Tell me later." She laid the new decorations on the desk. "Go and help Spencer with the sign. I'll unpack these." "Thanks." I went outside to find Spencer opening one of the smaller boxes, which turned out to contain a complicated set of wires to plug into the sign so the lamps on the letters would light up. "Will you tell me how you ended up giving the Easter Bunny ice skating lessons?" he asked. "Because that's a visual I won't get out of my head for a while." He ambushed me outside the ice rink and was acting as if he was planning to badmouth the entire town for not catering to his interests, and it was the only distraction I could think of, I admitted. I didn't expect him to actually say yes. "The whole town?" he asked. "Would he do that?" "I think he would. He's the kind of person who'd negatively review the ocean for having too much water in it." He laughed. "It might be for the best that you distracted him then, though I can't picture him enjoying ice skating either." "Weirdly, he got the hang of it," I said. "Makes a change from complaining about cabbage leaves, if nothing else." "It looks like someone caused a pile-up, though," he remarked. "That wasn't the Easter Bunny, was it?" "No, that was Cupid." I should have told him the source of the trouble from the start, really, rather than hiding behind my embarrassment. He has the ability to make anyone who looks at him instantly fall in love with him. Any heterosexual female, anyway. He claims he can't help it, but that's why I was wearing sunglasses. They're the only thing that repels his magic. He nodded in understanding. "Now I get why you had sunglasses on at the ice rink." I gave a wry smile. "I guess I looked like a weirdo. I didn't actually see you wearing them, so I can't comment on that." "Why were you at the ice rink then?" He hesitated for a heartbeat. "Actually, I hoped I might run into you. I saw you at the market beforehand." He'd wanted to talk to me? "I was tailing Cupid, otherwise I might have seen you." "Tailing him? Why?" "To make sure he stayed out of trouble." His words sent questions fizzling through my mind, which I suppressed with difficulty. If he'd wanted to talk to me, it must have been because he'd wanted to come and finish the signpost. That was all. "What's that?" He indicated the large reindeer-shaped package poking out from the back of the inn. Who ordered a life-size model of a reindeer? That was Cupid's fault too. I drew in a breath. He also has these arrows that cause anyone who gets hit with one of them to fall in love with the first person they see. Unfortunately, someone used an arrow on Caitlin, and she's fallen head over heels for Elfie. "Oh, is that the spell she was under?" he asked. "Wait, she bought that for him? Must have been expensive." "Mercy and I can't convince her to get a refund yet, so we had to put it somewhere Elfie won't stumble across it. It's been a bit of a disaster." "No kidding." He resumed his work on the sign. "If I can make your job a tiny bit easier, then I'll deal with this for you." Heat rushed to my face. I was reading far too much into his words. That was my problem, but I was glad of his help all the same. When he'd finished setting up the various wires at the back of the sign, Spencer held up a switch. "Ready to try this?" "Sure." I flicked the switch and the letters spelling out Holiday Haven Inn ignited. As I watched, they changed colours from green to red to blue. There's a few different settings, I think. I picked up the instruction booklet. They're holiday-themed, Mercy said. When I moved the switch to the next setting, the lights formed the flickering shape of a rabbit and a basket of eggs. Maybe that'll impress the Easter Bunny enough for him to forget about his complaints. I tried the next setting. Bright red love hearts appeared in place of the rabbit and Easter eggs. Bet that's Cupid's mode. I'll be leaving that one off. Spencer laughed, and my face heated to the same colour as the vibrant love hearts floating around the sign. At that moment, the Easter Bunny came hopping back along the path to the door. I'd never seen him look so cheerful, but I hastened to turn off the bright love hearts before he lodged a complaint. "Did you enjoy your time at the rink?" I asked him. "I did." He sounded slightly surprised. "I nearly forgot to come back for my cabbage leaves." "They should be in your room." Assuming Alfie wasn't hiding from Caitlin in a cupboard again, that is. "I'm glad you had fun." If anything stopped him from bad-mouthing our inn and Holiday Haven, then I'd be all for it. It was a shame he hadn't decided to stay at the rink for the entire day, but maybe he'd be open to trying another activity later that afternoon. I watched him hop past, as did Spencer, until he disappeared into the inn. "Wow, maybe the ice skating was a good plan," he commented. I wish I could say I planned it. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Not sure where Cupid went. I probably shouldn't have left him at the rink, but I'd already blown my cover. "I'll keep an eye out for him," said Spencer. "What does he look like?" "A human-sized fairy carrying a bow. Pretty noticeable." "I think I saw him earlier. Didn't know he was Cupid, but it explains why he was attracting so much attention." "Like I said, he's a menace," I said. "Anyway, I think we're done here. Thanks for the help." "My pleasure." He smiled. "This was fun. You said you were going to the Solstice event, right?" Yes, I think so." "Then I thought we could go together." I stared at him for a heartbeat. Had he actually asked me out? That would be great." "You might have sounded a bit more enthusiastic there," I told myself, but he didn't seem bothered by my awkwardness. "See you then." Yeah. Had he been meaning to ask me the whole time? Was that why he'd been waiting outside the ice rink? I had a dozen questions I wanted to ask, but I settled for waving goodbye before returning to the inn with my spirits high. Chapter 8. I came crashing back to reality when I found Mercy staring into space, turning over one of the summery decorations in her hand. "What's up?" I asked. "You look like you've seen, Cupid." She looked up at me. "I definitely haven't seen him. He's not my type." "I should hope not. I think Daryl would object, if nothing else." "Daryl?" She spoke as if she'd never heard his name before. "Yes, your boyfriend." Had Cupid gone and hit her with his magical powers? I hadn't seen him return to the inn at any point, though the Easter Bunny was presumably back in his room. "I don't have a boyfriend. Yet." She demurely spun a long strand of hair around her fingers. "Do you think the Easter Bunny would mind if I delivered him his cabbage leaves?" "What?" I said blankly. "Did you say the Easter Bunny?" "Shh." She looked around, her face flushing. "I don't want him to know just yet." "You can't be in love with the Easter Bunny." The notion was too absurd for words, yet her face flushed even deeper. "You know, I think I am." "Mercy." This couldn't be happening. "You didn't touch those arrows, did you?" "What arrows?" "The ones we confiscated from Cupid." Could they affect someone who simply touched them? I didn't know, but the reception area was empty, and I didn't see any signs of Caitlin either. Who else could have done this to her? She shook her head. "No." "Did Cupid come in here then, or did you go outside?" "Yes, I went around the back to check on that package Caitlin ordered 10 minutes or so ago." Her tone sounded utterly normal, a stark contrast to her flustered comments about the Easter Bunny. "Yes, she ordered it because Cupid's arrow put her under a spell. Remember?" A nod. She did remember, but if I applied the same comment to her own newfound fixation on the Easter Bunny, I had an inkling I wouldn't be as successful. If she was anything like Caitlin, then my words would bounce off an invisible wall, so I needed to take a more diplomatic approach. "Where are you going?" She watched me push open the wide doors into the hall before crossing to the emergency exit used for accessing the small alleyway behind the building. No arrows lay outside, and no signs of Cupid either. Who'd crept up on Mercy then? I'd have to do some questioning later, because my priority was keeping her from going after the Easter Bunny and disrupting his good mood with professions of undying love. "You're acting oddly," she commented when I came back into the inn. "Speak for yourself." It wouldn't do me any good to reprimand her for something that was in no way her fault, but I had no idea how to handle the knowledge that my best friend was in love with a giant rabbit. Instead of replying, I went into the back room behind the desk to check up on Cupid's arrows. None had moved an inch. That meant either Cupid had another hidden stash or the thief was lurking around the inn somewhere. When I returned to the desk, Mercy had removed her sunglasses and put them down. "I wouldn't do that," I told her. "You can still fall under Cupid's spell." "My love for E.B. is too pure." Did you just call him E.B.? I thought it was cute. Oh, this was too much. How was I supposed to deal with both her and Caitlin acting like love-struck fools? "Mercy, calm down." I needed to get a handle on this. "Don't forget, he's a guest here. You can't ask him out or give him pet names." "That's right," she sighed. "Oh, it's such a shame, though. He's so dreamy." I suppressed a groan. "Can you please refrain from telling him to his face? We don't want him to leave a negative review of our business after he leaves." "He wouldn't do that to me." "Mercy, he did that to literally everywhere else he stayed. You saw the reviews yourself." From her bewildered expression, she might as well have forgotten that conversation altogether. The arrow spell must prevent her from hearing anything against the person of her affections, even things which she'd seen with her own eyes. Worse, I hadn't found the missing arrows, and I didn't dare run off to search the whole inn. The Easter Bunny would come back downstairs in search of another activity soon enough, so leaving her unsupervised was out of the question. Not to mention I hadn't figured out where to send him yet. Aside from ice skating, what might he be a fan of? Sledging, maybe? Anything that didn't involve staying at the inn. Mercy wore a pensive expression, her eyes on the stairs. "I don't know what to do. Do you think he likes public displays of affection?" "Definitely not." "Did he like the market?" "Nope. Too bright, apparently." "I'm sure he'd like it if I showed him around." "I don't think that's a good idea. We're at work, remember?" "You went ice skating with him." "To catch Cupid," I corrected. I didn't expect him to actually enjoy it. Besides, he strikes me as a loner, don't you think? Her expression turned contemplative. "I don't see why I shouldn't go with him." Loud footsteps sounded on the stairs. Her expression lit up again and then dimmed just as quickly as Elfie entered the lobby instead of the Easter Bunny. "I gave the rabbit his cabbage leaves." He rolled his eyes. "Honestly, he said 2 of them were slightly too light a green and made me replace them." "Cabbage leaves!" Mercy squeaked. "That's right. Can I come to the kitchen?" "I'm sorry? What?" Alfie asked. I mouthed, "She's under a spell," which caused him to roll his eyes. "You can't be serious." "Oh, I don't mind getting the cabbage leaves myself," Mercy offered, oblivious to our half-unheard conversation. "I know how much he loves them." "He already has cabbage leaves," Alfie told her. "Mercy," a pleading note entered my voice. "No public displays of affection, no cabbage leaves, no presents. He strikes me as the sort of person to keep his feelings to himself, doesn't he?" "Yes, you're right," she nodded. "I need to be subtle. Very subtle." Alfie departed for the kitchen and I followed him, lowering my voice so that Mercy wouldn't overhear. I don't know when Cupid's arrow hit her, but it must have been just before the Easter Bunny came back. "Wonderful," the bear shifter growled. "It's bad enough with Caitlin hovering around the kitchen door all the time. What do you want me to do?" At least he hadn't noticed the package outside the back of the inn yet. "Believe me, I'm sorry. If you can keep taking the Easter Bunny his meals on schedule, it should deter her from trying to do it herself." As for me, I intended to catch the person responsible. Alfie didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "Right,
I'll do that.
Footsteps hopped downstairs, and a flicker of alarm travelled through me. I ran back to the desk, but the Easter Bunny had already entered Mercy's line of sight. Mercy herself stood frozen like a reindeer in the path of a runaway sledge, while the Easter Bunny approached the desk without any apparent signs of having noticed her stunned expression.
"Well," he said to Mercy, "do you have any recommendations for activities for me to try this afternoon?"
"Oh," she breathed. "Yes. Where to start?" "The ice rink is still open," I interjected. "Or, there's also sledging."
"I am not sure if sledging is for me," he growled.
"We can go together," Mercy blurted. "She's under a spell," I told the Easter Bunny. "Sorry about that." "Yes, I am under a spell," Mercy agreed. The Easter Bunny's eyes narrowed.
"Are you mocking me?"
"I've never been more serious about anything in my life." Cutting her off mid-sentence, I grabbed her arms and pulled her into the back room. I was pretty sure only the element of surprise enabled me to close the door on her before she could break free.
"What is wrong with her?"
demanded the Easter Bunny. "A spell." Why had I let her talk to him at all? Cupid's spell, to be precise. "I think you'd enjoy sledging, though." "Let me out!" Mercy hammered on the door to the back room, while the Easter Bunny gave me a withering look and hopped out of the inn. I could almost see the trail of bad reviews he was preparing to leave in his wake, but I didn't have time to chase him down and apologize. Just as the door closed behind him, Cupid entered, laughing to himself.
"What was that about?"
Chapter 9. The moment Cupid turned in my direction, I remembered my broken sunglasses and avoided making direct eye contact by ducking my head. That was the result of another of your runaway arrows. Behind me, the door to the back room sprang open, and Mercy ran out, her eyes wild. "No, I missed him." "Mercy, where are your sunglasses?" When she looked at Cupid, she seemed to be entirely unaffected. I guessed that answered the question as to whether both of his magical abilities could affect the same person at once. "They're in there." She vaguely indicated the back room, while I darted inside to snatch them up in an attempt to put a shield between me and Cupid's magic. Cupid snickered at me. Shoving Mercy's sunglasses onto my nose, I shot him a glare. "Did you think you were being clever, hitting her with an arrow when my back was turned?" "What?" Mercy sounded confused. "He didn't hit me with an arrow." I spun to face her. "Wait, did you see who did?" "I don't follow." "Someone fired an arrow at you while you were outside, didn't they?" Her expression clouded. "I don't remember. I was going to check on that package, and I think I saw someone." "Who?" "Caitlin," she answered. "She looked upset. We talked, then—" "Not so fast," I called to Cupid as he made to slip away towards the stairs. "You aren't off the hook yet. Mercy, do you remember where the arrow came from?" "I'm not sure. I do remember thinking that I needed to wait for my EB to come back so I could talk to him and tell him how I feel." No, I hadn't misheard. She really had come up with a cutesy nickname for the Easter Bunny.
"Have you?"
Cupid asked.
"Told him, I mean?"
"Not properly," Mercy scowled. "She stopped me." "You told me that you wanted to go with a subtle approach, remember?" I couldn't shut her in the supply room indefinitely, but how was I supposed to keep her out of the Easter Bunny's way until the effects of the arrows wore off?
"You won his attention?" asked Cupid. "I can give you some tips."
"Mercy, don't ask for his advice. He's a serial heartbreaker." At this rate, the latest victim would be poor Darryl, when he inevitably showed up to see Mercy and got the cold shoulder in favour of a rabbit instead. I wished I could warn him to stay away from here in the meantime, but he hadn't witnessed the effects of Cupid's magic for himself. He wouldn't have any idea how it made normally rational people completely take leave of their senses. Cupid sniffed.
"That's hurtful."
"So is hitting people with arrows. Besides, Mercy doesn't need your advice." "That was kind of mean," said Mercy. "He put Caitlin under a spell." "And you," I added silently, not bothering to voice the words aloud. Let's face it, it was impossible to get through to someone who was currently enamoured with the Easter Bunny of all people. "He also caused a pile-up on the ice rink."
That wasn't intentional, he objected, and I didn't fire any arrows. I wasn't even here.
Then you won't mind answering a couple of questions alone. He gave me an exasperated look, but he obligingly waited for me to duck out from behind the desk before tailing me upstairs. I faced him on the landing, lowering my voice so Mercy wouldn't overhear us from downstairs. Cupid, were you around the back of the building a few minutes ago?
No, he told me. And no, I didn't fire an arrow at your friend, though that's possibly the most entertaining thing I've seen in months. I can't wait until the Easter Bunny comes back to the inn again.
This isn't funny, I said through gritted teeth. Name one other person staying at the inn who has the ability to make a person fall in love with someone they didn't have any previous interest in. You can't, can you?
I wasn't even here, he protested. You can't blame me for it.
I haven't seen anyone else come to the inn since it happened, I pointed out. Nor the arrow that did it. If you confess, it'll be easier for all of us, including yourself. You have to go to the conference with the Easter Bunny after all, and he was almost in a good mood before this spoiled it.
I can't believe she fell in love with him,
he laughed.
That wasn't a confession. I just think it's hilarious.
You aren't helping, you know. Poor Mercy would be mortified when she came to her senses, but it was the Easter Bunny who could do serious damage to our business if he mentioned her current state in his review. Even Cupid being the one responsible might not be enough to shelter us from the backlash.
I don't see how you expect me to confess, he said. I wasn't here. I'm not lying.
You could easily have flown in through the back door and fired an arrow at her and then left without being seen.
What arrow?
He showed me the empty quiver on his shoulder.
There are no arrows in here.
Apart from the ones that went missing. I couldn't quite hide the skepticism in my tone, but I'd abandoned all pretense of playing nice with him when my best friend had become the latest victim of his pranks. All right, even if you aren't responsible, we now have 2 of our staff members under your arrow spell. This is going to be impossible to hide, and the others will blame you even if it isn't your fault.
What's your point?
The point is that I need to find the culprit if it isn't you, and I need to stop them from causing any trouble in the meantime. If you help me with that, I might think you're serious about not being responsible. I didn't really believe he was innocent, but if I could wrangle some more clues from him about how long the effects of the arrows would actually last, it would be a great deal of help. His expression brightened.
I know how to solve the problem. Make a powerful sleeping potion and put them to sleep for a few days until the spell wears off.
I can't run the inn on almost no staff in the meantime, I pointed out. Besides, if I get hit by an arrow next, what am I supposed to do?
I'll take over for you, he offered. If you need someone charming to run the place, I'll gladly make the sacrifice.
No thanks. I might undoubtedly need his help, but letting him take a public-facing role on our front desk was a recipe for catastrophe. You can't even order a meal without making the waitresses pass out.
That's unfair.
It's true, isn't it? I folded my arms across my chest. As for what you did at the ice rink, it's hard to believe it wasn't deliberate. He scowled at me.
What do you suggest? I hide underground and shun all other people?
No, I suggest that you try to think about the impact on other people before you act. That wouldn't stop his magic from affecting them, of course, but the arrows at least were controllable. Or turn the charm down. You must have some level of control over it, or else it would affect your fellow guests. I don't see any of them falling at your feet.
The fairy godmother is immune to my magic, he informed me. The others aren't attracted to men, so my magic has no effect on them either. Otherwise, I have no control over it. And before you make one of your cruel comments, I might add that it's impossible for me to be on the receiving end of the same magic. I am utterly unique.
You're melodramatic, I'll say that much. Sounds terrible.
It is, he exhaled in a sigh. Nobody has ever fallen for me without me using my magic, you know? I suppose I wouldn't know if they did.
Have you ever been in love? A wistful expression crossed his face.
Many times, and yet who am I to guess if any of those people would have loved me, if not for my charms?
Despite myself, I couldn't help briefly wondering if he was genuinely lonely underneath his ridiculous facade. In fact, I might have almost felt sorry for him if I still didn't suspect him of putting a spell on my best friend. If you think of anything that might dim the effects of those arrows, let me know. Don't fall for his charms, Carol. He was certainly good at putting on an innocent act, but who else had both the means and the motivation to use the arrows on anyone who he felt like? None of the other guests had been in at the time, except for the Easter Bunny, and it was highly improbable that he'd made Mercy fall in love with him on purpose. I left him upstairs and returned to Mercy, but she was no longer behind the desk. As I reached the foot of the stairs, Caitlin entered through the front door, her expression distraught. "Who moved my present for Elfie?" "Oops." "You wanted it delivered to his house, right? Spencer volunteered to take it there later." "But I wanted him to see me deliver it in person." She wrung her hands. "Now what am I supposed to do?" She'd be even less thrilled when she found out we were planning to return it to the shop she'd bought it from. But what choice did we have? She'd spent her own money on it and would doubtless regret the choice when the spell wore off, but her obsession with Elfie showed no signs of abating so far. "I'm sure he won't mind," I told her. "He's busy now anyway." Busy hiding from her, I didn't doubt. She released a sigh. "I haven't seen him all day. I need to know he's thinking about me." He probably was thinking about her, but not for the reason she wanted him to. "Have you cleaned all the rooms?" "Yes, and the yard too," she answered. "Do you think he'd mind if I dropped by the kitchen for a quick visit?" "Ah." A scuffling sound from behind the door to the storeroom drew my attention to the bags of decorations on the desk that I hadn't had the time to unpack yet. "Mercy and I were going to put up some decorations for the solstice, but we got distracted. You can decorate the restaurant. I'm sure Elfie would love that." Her expression brightened. "Do you think so?" "Sure." He wouldn't be thrilled if he saw her in there, but Mercy and I had been thinking of doing the same anyway, and it would give her something to do which was at least adjacently related to her sweetheart, but that also didn't involve getting under his feet. "You can decide how to arrange the decorations yourself." That ought to keep her busy for a while. As she carried one of the bags through the door to the restaurant, I opened the door to the storeroom and found Mercy with her head in a cupboard. "What are you doing in there?" I asked. She poked her head out. "I was thinking about how to find the perfect gift for him." "The Easter Bunny?" My gaze fell on the jeweled box inside the cupboard she'd opened. "You aren't using the wishing box, are you?" "I thought I might." She returned her attention to the box. "This is the best way to ensure I find the perfect gift." "No, it isn't." I needed to shut down that idea fast. "Remember last time when there was snow indoors and all the reindeer costumes turned into rabbits?" "A reindeer costume would be perfect for him." "I don't think he'd like that idea in the slightest. Honestly, you can find a present without the box, but I need your help decorating for the solstice first. Did you know our new sign outside the inn has an Easter-themed setting? Want to check it out?" That got her attention. "Perfect!" She bounded to her feet and ran to the front door, while I locked the cupboard on the wishing box. My phone buzzed in my pocket with a message from my mum asking me if we were doing anything to celebrate the solstice. Hoping they weren't planning on dropping another surprise visit on me, I replied that we were entertaining VIP guests and were run off our feet. Then I wondered if I shouldn't have asked my parents if they knew of a hat that could erase the effects of a powerful love spell, if such a thing existed. If it did, it was certainly beyond my creative magic, since the most I could do was make hats that glowed in the dark or changed colours. I'd firmly shut down my parents' attempts to teach me anything more advanced. My gaze landed on the wishing box's cupboard again. I'd sworn to only use it again in an emergency. This situation seemed to qualify as exactly that, but what if I failed to get the wish right and made things worse? I could no longer count on Mercy being clear-headed enough to help out, and the two of us had had a hard time getting that box to cooperate at the best of times. Thankfully, Cupid's spell hadn't completely made her forget the aftermath of the last time the box had run rampant, but it was only a matter of time before she got it into her head to go looking for it again. I have to do something about that spell. While she was distracted, I could at least go looking for the arrows, so I made my way outside via the back door. After scanning the alleyway behind the inn, I circled the building to the place where we'd moved the box containing the giant wooden reindeer. A shadow fell across my path, and the fairy godmother stepped out from behind the box, holding an arrow in her hand. Chapter 10. Fairy Godmother. I stared at her for an instant. Ah, where did you find that arrow? Oh, it was lying around. She indicated the area beside the large box. Something wrong? My friend Mercy got hit by one of them, I explained. Cupid denies having anything to do with it, but unless someone else is hiding and ambushing people with arrows, then I don't know who else to blame. Who did she fall in love with? The fairy godmother handed me the arrow, which I examined. Unless it had gone missing in the last few minutes, it hadn't been among the ones I'd stored in the back room, which meant that Cupid might well have been telling the truth about some of them going missing. The Easter Bunny. The fairy godmother's mouth twitched. Oh dear. That's putting it mildly. Despite her obvious amusement, I didn't believe she was in any way responsible, since there was no reason for her to have used Cupid's magic against another person. After all, everyone probably found it hilarious that the Easter Bunny of all people was the recipient of Mercy's newfound affections. You're in a bind, aren't you? She commented. How bad is it? I caught her trying to use the wishing box to get him the perfect present, so pretty bad. The same wishing box you told me you weren't ever going to use again. That's the one. I pulled a face. I talked her out of it, but she's not exactly in her right mind. I'm pretty sure the Easter Bunny knows it too. Cupid's idea of a solution was to put both her and Caitlin to sleep with a potion until the spell wears off. That's not a terrible idea, she said. Can you single-handedly run the inn in the interim, though? That's the problem. Between our VIP guests and the general day-to-day business of running the inn, a single person would be hard-pressed to handle it all. It was a safe bet I wouldn't make it to the summer solstice beach bash at the very least. Especially if Mrs. Claus gets back in touch. Mercy was the one who's in contact with her. Tricky, she said. If you want me to put them to sleep with a wish, I can do that, but they'd likely be awake within a day or two. I've seen the effects of Cupid's arrows last longer. Please don't say it'll be weeks, I groaned. It'll be hard enough keeping Mercy away from the Easter Bunny for a few days. The conference is tomorrow, and we'll be out all day, she reminded me. That ought to help. You just need to keep them away from one another before then. Assuming Cupid and the Tooth Fairy don't start fighting again, too. I hadn't seen the latter since that morning, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was staying out of Cupid's way. They know better than to get into a serious fight in front of me, she said. What are Mercy and Caitlin doing at the moment? Decorating the inn for the solstice. I hoped so, anyway. It'll keep them busy for the afternoon, but I'm not sure what'll do this evening. If Mercy's boyfriend comes to see her, he won't understand that she's under a spell, and he'll be really upset. She winced. Is there anything I can do to help? Aside from granting me 3 wishes? I had to admit the idea was pretty tempting at the moment, but I knew from past experience that my track record with wishes didn't speak in their favour. We need to find the missing arrows if there are any, I said instead. I confiscated all of the ones Cupid had in his room, so either he hid some or someone else stole them. He claimed the latter, but I assumed he was deflecting blame. If the fairy godmother was responsible herself, then I was taking a risk in confiding in her. But I'd lost Mercy as my confidant. Now she'd lost half her brain cells to swooning over the Easter Bunny. I needed someone to watch my back. She pursed her lips. If the arrows are hidden in someone's room, then you or one of your friends would have to search. True. Most of the guests were out, except for Cupid himself. And the fairy godmother, but I could see no reason for her to cause mayhem with Cupid's arrows. She had her own brand of magic, after all. Is there no cure for the effects of his arrows, like an antidote for a love spell? If there is, I'm unaware of one, she replied. There is no antidote to love. It's not love. Even Cupid admitted that. I shook my head. Mercy is obsessed. She won't hear a word against her beloved. She thinks he feels the same way as she does, and she seems to have forgotten that he's looking for an excuse to leave us a bad rating and trash the whole town on every review site. I'll have a think on how I might be able to help, without using wishes if necessary. She smiled at me. At least those sunglasses seem to be working pretty well for you. They wouldn't stop me from getting hit by an arrow. At this rate, I'd be the last witch standing. I'd better get on with the search and make sure Caitlin and Mercy don't get up to any mischief. Best of luck. She gave a cheery wave. It wasn't until I'd returned to the front door that I remembered I hadn't asked her what she was doing at the back of the inn to begin with. Having a look at the giant wooden reindeer, perhaps. In the reception area, I found Mercy had dug out my box of plain baubles and was busy painting love hearts and bunny rabbits on them. "Carol!" She greeted me with enough cheer to make the carolers look gloomy by comparison. "Can you work your magic to make these glow in the dark?" Why had I left her unsupervised again? I thought we were going to make solstice-themed decorations. "There's plenty left," she rattled the box. "These are for my precious E.B. I have a feeling he isn't a fan of baubles. A loud thud came from the direction of the kitchens. Uh-oh. I left her to it and hurried into the restaurant to find Caitlin in the middle of a one-sided tug-of-war with the kitchen door. She'd scattered bright yellow confetti all over the tables and chairs and left a few inflatable beach balls lying around. At least no love hearts or pictures of Alfie's face had shown up, as far as I could see. "Caitlin?" I scrambled for a way to distract her attention. "Have you finished with the decorations?" "Yes, and I wanted to show Alfie." "Help." "Let go of the door. Can you go and help Mercy decorate the tree?" "Tell him to unlock the door." She let go reluctantly. "We should make a special themed menu too. I'll tell Alfie later when the door's unlocked." In the reception area, I found an even more unwelcome surprise. Darryl stood near the desk, a frown on his face. "Carol, have you seen Mercy?" "She was right there." I had an inkling he wouldn't be so thrilled to see her when he found out she was in love with a rabbit. "I didn't know you were coming this early." "I had a bit of free time," he said, "so I thought I'd drop by and see. There you are, Mercy." "I don't want to see you." Mercy poked her head out of the back room. "I'm working on a present for my E.B. "For your what?" He sounded bewildered. "The Easter Bunny. Who else?" She withdrew from sight. "We're in love." I stepped in. "Sorry, she's under a spell." "What?" His frown deepened. "You can't be serious. Did Cupid do this?" "His arrows did," I clarified. "I hoped it would wear off before you next came to see her, but the fairy godmother told me—" "I don't want it to stop," Mercy interrupted. "I've never felt anything this strongly before." Darryl's face reddened. "Where is that Cupid?" "We don't know for sure that he's the one responsible. While he probably was, the last thing we needed was for Darryl to pit himself against Cupid in a fight of righteous fury and end up getting hit by an arrow too. Some of his arrows went missing earlier. Besides, even Cupid himself can't undo the spell once someone's been affected." He looked up at the ceiling. "Is he upstairs?" "Yes, he is," answered Mercy. "Mercy!" I caught Darryl's arm as he made for the stairs. "Look, this is a bad idea. It's not going to end well for anyone." He pulled himself free of me. "I won't let him get away with this." "Do you think it'd help in the slightest if you ended up under his spell as well?" His shoulders slumped. "No, but I have to do something. I can't leave her like this." "Please leave," Mercy told him. "I don't want you around. I only want him." I gave Darryl a sympathetic look, but he averted his gaze, his head drooping. "Right, I'll go." As he left the inn, I turned back to Mercy. "Don't you remember anything about your relationship with Darryl? Not a single thing." "Our relationship was a lie," she informed me. "What E.B. and I have is different." "Just like Alfie and me," Caitlin put in. "You're right, it's different, it's more real." I begged to differ. I knew I was effectively talking to a pair of brick walls, but poor Darryl hadn't deserved to be dragged into this mess. "Do neither of you remember being hit by an arrow, at all?" Caitlin's brow furrowed. "Does it matter?" "Actually, it does." I tensed when the door opened again, but it was only the fairy godmother returning from outside. Her gaze went from me to Caitlin and then Mercy. "Is everything okay?" "No," replied Caitlin. "I want to see Alfie, but I can't get into the kitchen." The fairy godmother stifled a laugh. "I wouldn't bother the kitchen staff at the moment. Tell you what, I can help you." I raised a brow at her, wondering what she meant, but the pair of them advanced on her with hopeful expressions on their faces, as if she alone could solve all their problems. Admittedly, being the fairy godmother, she could probably do exactly that, but whether those problems wouldn't create even worse ones was another matter entirely. "Can you give us advice on what gifts to get our beloveds?" asked Caitlin. "I thought maybe I could cook Alfie a wonderful meal." "I can do the same for E.B., Mercy added. "I'm sure he'd be thrilled." "Or a ticket to the solstice event," said Caitlin. "Can't afford that, though, unless I could wish for it." She gave the fairy godmother a hopeful look. Oh no, I'd hoped naively that they might have forgotten she could grant wishes, but it seemed the universe was not on my side. Yes, you certainly could, the fairy godmother answered. But each person only gets 3 wishes, so choose wisely. Mercy spun to face Caitlin. Do you think I should wish for a lifetime supply of cabbage leaves? I caught the fairy godmother's eye and mouthed, What are you playing at? She made no reply, seemingly oblivious to the potential dangers of offering 2 spell-addled people their wildest dreams. Let's do the solstice event first, Caitlin decided. We can have a double date. Perfect. Mercy turned back to the fairy godmother. I wish for 2 tickets to the summer solstice VIP tour. Your wish is my command. The fairy godmother raised her wand, and a flash of light deposited 2 pieces of paper in Mercy's hand. Caitlin repeated the same wish, causing 2 identical pieces of paper to appear. As she and Mercy enthusiastically discussed plans, I approached the fairy godmother. What in the world are you doing? I whispered. Like all wishes, the tickets will vanish at midnight, she whispered back. No harm done. Alfie and the Easter Bunny are the ones who have to deal with the backlash, remember? Not if the arrow spell wears off both of them first. And if it doesn't? What are you 2 whispering about? Asked Caitlin. What arrows? We need to find some missing arrows. I was all out of any other ideas on how to distract them, and besides, maybe helping us find the runaway arrows would keep them out of trouble for a bit. The fairy godmother and I are planning something special for our guests, but before then, we need to find some of Cupid's arrows. They disappeared somewhere inside the inn. That's right. To my relief, the fairy godmother played along. The first person to find and bring the arrows to us will get to hear what special surprise we're cooking up. It was a gamble, but both Mercy and Caitlin knew all the corners of the inn and had an actual excuse to wander into the guest rooms, including Cupid's. He shouldn't have any arrows in there at all, since they'd all been confiscated, and if he was secretly hiding them, then the truth would come out during their search. Oh, that sounds fun, said Caitlin. I'll search upstairs first. And I'll search downstairs, Mercy added with equal enthusiasm. When they'd both departed, I exhaled in relief. If they did manage to find any of Cupid's missing arrows, it would solve my worries that someone else on my staff would fall under the spell next. If not, then at least I'd got them out of my hair for a bit. Good thinking, said the fairy godmother. What is the surprise, then? I hadn't got that far yet. My phone buzzed in my pocket, which I ignored. I probably shouldn't have made a promise I couldn't keep. I'm sure you can concoct something, she replied. Look at all those brochures of activities you have here. Surely one of them would work as a distraction. Maybe. My phone buzzed again. I should answer this. Ducking into the back room, I found a stack of missed messages from my sister, Bella. She'd sent me a list of questions about the summer solstice beach bash, which my parents must have told her about. Weird. Why was she even interested? My sister and I had never been close, but we'd come to a kind of truce during her last visit here with our parents, during the incident with the wishing box. Didn't mean she was interested in Christmas, though if she wanted an update on everything we'd been up to this week, I frankly wouldn't know where to start. How could I even begin to explain that my best friend had fallen in love with the Easter Bunny? I sent a vague response instead and put my phone away, having more important things on my mind than my family's eccentricities. Soon, the Easter Bunny would be back at the inn, and I needed to figure out how to keep Mercy from ambushing him with tickets to attend the solstice event. Once again, I found myself drawn towards the wishing box, on the brink of grabbing a piece of paper and writing down a wish that would solve all my problems. Don't, I told myself. It won't work, remember? My phone buzzed again, with Bella asking when the beach bash would start. I told her that it would be this weekend, but preparations were already in progress, and inspiration struck. Turning my back on the wishing box, I picked up the phone and called the organiser of the Summer Solstice Beach Bash. Hey, this is Carol from the Holiday Haven Inn. Is there any chance I can organise a VIP tour for my guests? Chapter 11. The afternoon passed in a blur of phone calls. I had to duck into the back room every time Mercy and Caitlin ran past, looking for arrows in every nook and cranny of the inn. Thankfully, Caitlin had got the message to leave Alfie alone for now, though she and Mercy each had 2 remaining wishes to use. No arrows materialised, though, not even when I stripped down the tree and draped it in our new summery decorations. I had to keep stopping to answer the phone, not just from the event organiser, but from my parents, who'd predictably taken the news of the summer solstice beach bash as an excuse to suggest new hats to wear for the event. So far, no ice cream cones had been mentioned, though I'd happily have endured any indignity if I managed to put a stop to the backlash of Cupid's runaway arrows. Cupid himself remained ensconced in his room, and I assumed the same was true of the fairy godmother. Maybe she was trying to avoid granting more ill-advised wishes to Mercy or Caitlin, though I had to resist the urge to ask for one of my own to fend off my parents' questions and comments. I'd just put the finishing touches on the tree when the Easter Bunny came hopping back into the reception area, looking furtively around as if concerned that Mercy might jump out of the shadows and ambush him. Which was a fair possibility, though I'd seen her go upstairs to her room a few minutes beforehand to change for dinner. "What is the matter with that sign outside?" the Easter Bunny wanted to know. "It's far too bright." Uh-oh, had Mercy been messing around with our new sign? "It's new, I'll have a look." I ducked outside to be greeted with fluorescent love hearts surrounding the words Holiday Haven Inn. Mercy had also stuck a piece of paper with the letters EB written in bright pink on top of the sign, which I deftly removed before switching the lights back to the Christmas theme. The Easter Bunny glowered at me as I joined him back in the inn. "Is your friend still under the impression that she has a romantic interest in me?" At least he didn't think she was simply mocking him outright, though this was hardly better. "Yes, unfortunately. Even the fairy godmother hasn't been able to find a way to undo the spell, so I think it's a good idea for you and the guests to go and do something else this evening, while we wait for it to wear off." "And what exactly do you propose we do?" he growled. I held up a handful of tickets I'd printed. I booked an exclusive VIP tour for you and the other guests to visit the venue for the Summer Solstice Beach Bash and see the behind-the-scenes preparations. He examined the ticket with an unimpressed look on his face. "This evening? That would disrupt my routine." So we're dealing with Mercy's declarations of love. Away from the inn, there'd be minimal opportunities for Mercy to pounce on him. Better yet, Alfie wouldn't have to cook for anyone, so he could sneak off home without having to hide from Caitlin. "Our staff have the evening off," I explained. "Since Caitlin and Mercy are still under Cupid's spell, I decided this was the best outcome for everyone. Won't you at least think about it?" "I will consider." Without a word of thanks, he headed for the stairs without looking back. I watched him go, wishing I'd asked him if he'd be interested before making the arrangements. The incident with the ice ring had proven that it was possible to change his mind, given the right circumstances, but my time had been limited, and I'd been lucky to snag anything at all. Besides, did he really care more about sticking to a routine than not being ambushed by Mercy when she was under Cupid's spell? I couldn't believe neither she nor Caitlin had found the missing arrows either, or that neither of them seemed to care about being shot. Come to think of it, how had the Easter Bunny come to be the first person Mercy had seen after the arrow had hit her? He hadn't been carrying the arrows, had he? It seemed absurd, and yet his relentless attempts to discredit the inn and Holiday Haven as a whole continued to rub me the wrong way. I hoped the others at least would be grateful for the VIP tour I'd booked for them. I didn't know how my announcement would go over with the Tooth Fairy, but the fairy godmother ought to be in favour of my idea. As a bonus, it should prevent Caitlin and Mercy from making any more dubious wishes as well. In the meantime, I went to give Alfie the good news. After checking Caitlin was nowhere near the kitchen, I knocked on the door. "Alfie, it's me. Can I talk to you?" The door opened a fraction. "Come in. She's not around, is she?" I came up with a temporary way to keep her busy. I entered the kitchen and firmly closed the door behind me. She and Mercy are both looking for the missing arrows to make sure nobody else falls under the spell.
That won't help those of us who are already suffering, will it?
Maybe not, but I have a plan, I went on. I arranged a VIP tour for all the guests this evening, so you and the other staff can leave early. He didn't look too impressed.
Does that include Caitlin?
I'll make sure she doesn't ambush you, I reassured him. If the guests aren't here, then you don't have to cook for anyone tonight, and you can sneak off home before Caitlin realises you've left. It's not the perfect solution, but it's the best I could come up with.
I suppose Caitlin will be out from under my feet at least, he said. How many more days of this will we have to put up with exactly?
I don't know. Cupid didn't give me a definite answer.
Typical, he growled. I have His Highness's cabbage leaves anyway. Can you tell me if the coast is clear?
I looked out through the small window at the top of the door. Tell you what, I'll take them instead. It'll be easier.
Good call.
He handed me the plate and I left the kitchen. Unfortunately, as I reached the stairs, I ran into Mercy coming the other way. No, I missed him again. Oh no, I tried to hide the plate behind my back, but she'd already spotted it. Her hand shot out. Oh, is that for my EB? I'll take it upstairs. I held the plate out of her reach. It's okay, I've got it. Instead of listening, she bounded back up to the Easter Bunny's room and rapped on the door. I'm here, my EB, she trilled. The door opened and the Easter Bunny's eyes narrowed at her.
Not you again.
I brought you cabbage leaves. Mercy yanked the plate from my hands with such enthusiasm that it fell to the floor and leaves scattered everywhere.
You clumsy oaf, he bellowed. How dare you ruin my meal?
I'm so sorry. Mercy's eyes brimmed over and she burst into loud sobs. I'm so sorry. The noise brought Cupid out of his room, where he looked at the fallen cabbage leaves and burst into laughter. Don't you start, I told him. Mercy, go to the kitchen and get a replacement. Mercy practically tripped over her own feet in an effort to get downstairs while Cupid continued to laugh.
Serves her right for invading my room.
She was looking for your missing arrows. I glared at him. This is all you're doing, you know.
You thought I stole my own arrows? Cupid put on a hurt expression. You don't believe a word I say, do you?
No, I don't. I hastened to clear up the fallen cabbage leaves while I could practically see the Easter Bunny penning a scathing review before my eyes.
Is he invited on this VIP tour? The Easter Bunny wanted to know. You said all the guests were coming.
I hesitated for a brief second, but it was obvious I couldn't trust Cupid to behave himself anywhere. No, I think he forfeited that right already.
What VIP tour? Cupid swung to face me. You booked everyone a special tour except for me?
You've caused too much trouble, I told him, even if you don't count the incident with the arrows, which you claim not to have had anything to do with.
Did your staff find any arrows in my room? He demanded. No, they did not. Yet you still accuse me of being a liar.
I think you get entirely too much amusement out of other people's misfortune. Footsteps on the stairs heralded Mercy's return with a fresh plate of cabbage leaves, which she shakily handed to the Easter Bunny. He took them with a grunt.
I have had quite enough of this nonsense.
He closed the door and Mercy stared forlornly at the wooden surface. Wait, I didn't get to talk to him. I snagged her arm as she made to knock on his door. It's his choice, Mercy. But I'm in love with him, she sniffed. It's too much. Cupid snickered with laughter again, while the Easter Bunny's voice drifted out of his room.
Go away, all of you.
Mercy didn't budge. I want to apologise properly to him. At that moment, the fairy godmother came drifting downstairs from the floor above. What's all the noise about? An accident. I tugged on Mercy's sleeve. Come on, we'd better leave him in peace. No. She turned to the fairy godmother. I wish I could make it up to him. Do you think... Is that your second wish? She asked. No, she trailed off. No, I think I'll come up with one that's more specific.
Are you giving away wishes again? Asked Cupid. I don't believe you have the gall to criticize me for using my magic without being able to help it when she is out there dabbling in mischief-making of her own.
Fairy godmother, I addressed her, ignoring Cupid. I don't think wishes are the best solution here. Come on, she beckoned to Mercy. We can discuss which wish you'd like to make downstairs. She took Mercy's arm and expertly steered her down the staircase. Without knowing what else to do, I followed her. I half expected Cupid to do the same, but he didn't, instead disappearing into his own room and slamming the door. He's not going to forget this, is he? I whispered to the fairy godmother. I'm guessing even waving your wand can't erase someone's memory. Not permanently, no, she replied. That said, if your friend makes a wish, then I have to honour it. Why? I frowned. You must know she's not in her right mind. You're not like Cupid. You can control whether you use your magic or not. Yes, but every time someone uses the words I wish, and I happen to hear them, I'm obligated to step in and offer my services, she explained. It's part and parcel of dealing in wishes, I'm afraid. Maybe I'll wish for the Easter Bunny to stop kicking up a fuss and take the VIP ticket then, I muttered. He complained that it would disrupt his routine, but if he stays behind, I can guarantee he'll end up having a worse experience. What VIP ticket? Asked Mercy. Oops. I'll tell you later if you find the arrows. Oh, right, the arrows, she nodded. I'll do that once I've made my wish. After depositing the spilled cabbage leaves in the nearest bin, I went to drop off the plate in the kitchen. Alfie gave me a hopeful look when he saw me. Did the Easter Bunny agree to this VIP tour of yours? Not yet, but I'm working on persuading him. Easier said than done with Mercy hassling him and Cupid mocking all of us at every opportunity. I couldn't believe his arrows had yet to show up, either. He must have found a really good hiding place, that was for sure. Upon returning to the reception area, I found the fairy godmother studying the brochures I'd left out on the desk. Did you want to take one of the VIP tickets for yourself? I asked. I have 4 tickets for the same behind-the-scenes tour of the Summer Solstice Beach Bash, but Cupid is uninvited. Not sure if the Easter Bunny is going to change his mind, but I hope he does. I don't know where the Tooth Fairy is either. She beamed. I'll take one, thank you. As for the Tooth Fairy, I haven't seen him all day. I had no idea what he'd been doing since that morning, but I hoped he'd be easier to convince than the Easter Bunny. At least he wasn't causing trouble, unlike certain people. I handed the fairy godmother one of the printed tickets. It starts at 6. Where did Mercy go? She and Caitlin resumed their search for those arrows. Did they request any more wishes then? Please say they didn't. Usually I give my clients a promise of confidentiality, she said. In this case, though, I stifled a groan. What did she wish for? A lifetime supply of cabbage leaves. A thud sound came from outside. Was that it? Possibly. She raised her head. Someone's coming downstairs. From the distinct hopping noise, it could only be the Easter Bunny. As I shot her an alarmed look, the fairy godmother glided over to the back room, where Mercy had presumably disappeared. I, meanwhile, ran upstairs and barred the Easter Bunny's path. Did you need something? It's not a good idea to come downstairs at the moment. Is that so? The Easter Bunny gave me a look. I'll take that ticket of yours. Relief swept over me. I hope you have a great time. I handed him the ticket, and he slid it into the pocket of his coat as another thump came from outside. What is that? No idea, but I'm going to find out. I hurried back downstairs in time for a third thumping noise to draw my attention. Mercy emerged from the back room, hurrying past the fairy godmother and reaching the front door. It worked! She cried in triumph. Outside the door, several boxes lay stacked next to the new sign. As I watched, 2 more boxes fell out of the sky to join them, then another 2. Will they vanish at midnight? I whispered to the fairy godmother. Yes, they will. Amusement twinkled in her eyes. She's made 2 wishes. 1 more to go. It would have helped if she'd wished for something that would have helped us get through the week. Such as? I shrugged. I don't know. If everything vanishes at midnight... Well, I wish Cupid's magic had the same limitations. That isn't within my powers, I'm afraid. I keep using that word without even realising, I admitted. I hope the VIP tour goes well. It's usually Mercy who organises these things. I'm sure it will, she reassured me. You came up with the idea, didn't you? You didn't need to make a wish. I hadn't used the wishing box either, but for how long could I hold off? The VIP tour was only for 1 evening, and I needed several equally compelling ideas to occupy the guests until the effects of the arrows wore off. Mercy dragged the boxes past the snow witches outside the door. These are perfect! Oh, look, Carol, your beloved is here too. Horrified, I felt myself flush crimson. Spencer stood behind the pile of boxes, looking bemused. What's all this? Chapter 12. Spencer. Just for once I wanted him to visit in normal circumstances, but no such luck. I couldn't even begin to deal with Mercy calling him my beloved. Cabbage leaves, I answered, indicating the boxes. Mercy ordered them.
For the Easter Bunny?
His mouth twitched.
I imagine he'll be thrilled.
He will be. Mercy, not picking up on the sarcasm, skipped back into the inn. I can't wait to show him. I suppressed a groan. This is what I have to deal with. Spencer looked slightly alarmed.
I wish I could help.
Don't say that in front of the fairy godmother, I warned. She can grant wishes, and, well, sometimes a dozen boxes of cabbage leaves are the result.
Really?
His brows shot up. She's the fairy godmother? The fairy tale one? That's her. Wait a moment. Actually, there is something you might be able to help me with. Have you seen the Tooth Fairy?
No. Should I have?
He's been out all day, but I don't know where he is, I explained. I organised a VIP tour for all the guests to see the behind-the-scenes of the solstice event, but if he doesn't show up, I can't give him his ticket. Cupid is already barred from the event for the trouble he caused at the ice rink.
And the arrows, I expect, he added. Should we look for him, then?
I looked back at the inn, tempted to run back to make sure Mercy didn't start pestering the Easter Bunny again, but she was locked in an avid conversation with the fairy godmother. Hoping the fairy godmother had the situation in hand, I nodded. Sure. A weight lifted from my shoulders when we turned away from the inn, despite my knowledge that I'd have to face Mercy later when she realised that I'd booked the Easter Bunny onto a VIP tour all evening without her.
I didn't know there was a VIP tour for the solstice event,
Spencer commented as we walked. There wasn't. I had to beg the organisers and use Mrs. Claus's name liberally. He laughed.
Really? Nice going.
I was pretty desperate, I admitted. I figured that if the guests weren't in, I could send the kitchen staff home early so Alfie wouldn't have to deal with Caitlin trying to pry the doors off to get at him. She did that. It's all fun and games back there. I couldn't deny it was nice to walk with Spencer and briefly have a break from the madness, even though it'd still be waiting for me as soon as I returned to the inn. I don't blame the Tooth Fairy for getting out.
What does the Tooth Fairy look like?
Spencer asked. A fairy, like Cupid, but less attention-grabbing, I said, and without a bow and arrows. He and Cupid are constantly fighting with one another. Oh, and he wears a necklace made out of teeth.
Teeth?
He blinked.
I suppose that's no less weird than the arrows. I don't blame you for striking Cupid off the VIP list, especially after the ice rink incident.
My face warmed. Pity even the fairy godmother couldn't erase that from everyone's memories. It's the Easter Bunny I organised the tour for, so he has something to occupy his attention this evening that won't lead to him bad-mouthing us online.
Doesn't he have outrageously high expectations, though?
Yes, but I think expecting your host not to hit on you is pretty reasonable, I sighed. He's within his rights to leave us a bad review after the way Mercy acted towards him, but it seemed like he was looking for an excuse from the start.
You aren't wrong.
He slowed his pace when we neared the market.
Is that your guest?
I looked where he pointed. Sure enough, the Tooth Fairy had emerged from the confectionery shop with several bags in his hands, all of which he dropped when he spotted me.
Oh, hello.
Hey. I pretended not to notice him scrambling to pick up several packages of toffee. His reaction was odd, but perhaps the Tooth Fairy didn't want everyone to see him buying things that would rot his own teeth. I have VIP tickets for a behind-the-scenes tour of the Summer Solstice Beach Bash venue for all the guests. It starts at 6 this evening, so if you want to come, then make sure you're back to the inn by then. He lifted his head.
Who else is going?
So far, the Easter Bunny and the Fairy Godmother, and not Cupid, he's off the list. The Tooth Fairy finished retrieving the packages.
What's he done now?
Caused a pile-up at the ice rink, I replied, and made Mercy fall in love with the Easter Bunny. He almost dropped his packages again.
He did that?
One of his arrows did, at any rate. He fumbled with the packages piled in his arms.
Sounds like him. I'm afraid I have other plans tonight.
I just told you he isn't coming on the tour, I said. You don't want to be stuck back at the inn with him, do you?
No.
His expression turned conflicted. Tours are not my cup of tea, but I will think about it. Just make sure you're at the inn by 6 if you want to come. I turned to Spencer. Nobody would want to be stuck at the inn alone with Cupid. I'm not sure I want to.
Aren't you going on the tour yourself?
I can't really leave Mercy unattended, I explained, especially with Cupid around. Unless I made use of one of those coveted wishes, of course. But what was to stop her from doing the same and making even more trouble for the Easter Bunny's return?
It'd be a shame to miss out.
On an evening of complaints from the Easter Bunny?
No, well, I don't want to assume too much, but I'll gladly come with you if you have a spare ticket.
Are you sure? My heart flipped over. I thought you were busy.
I'm free this evening, he said, and if I take your spare ticket, it'll stop Mercy from trying to invite herself.
True. He already asked me out at the solstice. Why are you so surprised?
Maybe it was because it felt too good to be true. The VIP experience was no guarantee that the Easter Bunny would be happy enough to overlook Mercy's antics, of course, and Mercy herself wouldn't be thrilled at being left out, but there was zero chance I could justify sending her on a tour with the other guests while she was under the effects of Cupid's arrow. Yet, despite myself, I found my mood lifting dramatically. Spencer had asked me out twice. How many more opportunities would I get to see him in a scenario that didn't involve delivering packages? When we returned to the inn, we found the boxes of cabbage leaves had been moved to the side of the path and stacked underneath the window. Mercy, meanwhile, had switched the sign back to its bizarre Valentine's-Easter combination, which I turned off. "See you later," I told Spencer before going inside. From the desk, Mercy sent such a glare in my direction that I froze in the entryway. Is something wrong?"
"I can't believe you booked my EB onto a tour without me," she shouted at me. "Not just him.
Oh, no.
It's a VIP tour for all the guests, except Cupid, because he's—" "I don't care about Cupid," she cut in. "I can't believe this." The Tooth Fairy chose that moment to enter the inn, creating an awkward silence.
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing's wrong," I told him. "The tour still starts at 6. Mercy—" "I'm going," she interrupted. "You can't stop me, and you aren't sending him away without me." My heart sank, the remnants of my good mood evaporating. I'm not sending him away. I'm giving him and the others an exclusive experience and giving our staff the night off. Where's the fairy godmother? The Tooth Fairy fled from Mercy's glare while she stepped out from behind the desk, snowflakes swirling around her hand. "I think you've been trying to break us up all along."
"Whoa, hang on."
I backed away from her. "Mercy, you do remember what we said about not giving our business a bad impression by hitting on our guests?" "I'm not hitting on him. We're in love." "You are, but he isn't." There was no point in beating around the bush, but my comment caused her to fling a handful of snow in my face. "Mercy, calm down. You'll have plenty of time to see him tomorrow." "No, I won't," she replied, her voice brittle. "Everyone will be at the conference tomorrow." Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and Caitlin came rushing into the reception area. "I found the arrows."
"Wait, you did?"
I asked, disarmed. "Where were they?" "In Cupid's room." "Wait, what?" I kept one eye on Mercy, while Caitlin noticed the snowflakes swirling around her hand. "What's going on?" she asked. "Oh, don't you have a surprise you want to tell me about? You told us that the first person to find an arrow will get the news." Oh no. What with everything else, I'd utterly forgotten my promise to let her and Mercy in on my big secret if they found the arrows. I'd only done so to get them both out from under my feet, but I hadn't expected any arrows to actually show up, considering we'd thoroughly combed the inn several times already. "The surprise is that I'm organising a VIP tour for the guests this evening," I relented. "All the staff can go home early." "She's sending our guests on a behind-the-scenes tour of the preparations for the summer solstice beach bash," added Mercy. "Without me. I wanted to go with EB." "Alfie and I can come along too, right?" Caitlin asked. "It's for the guests only," I told her. "You can go home early instead." "She's lying," Mercy insisted. "What's Spencer doing out there? You invited him, didn't you?" Spencer. He must have waited outside for me. I didn't want to lie to her, but if I told the truth, there was nothing to stop her from inviting herself along as well. Spencer was helping me look for the Tooth Fairy, but he's back now. "Caitlin, where are the arrows you found?" "Here." She held one of them up. "I found them on Cupid's bed." The fairy godmother emerged down the stairs. "I heard raised voices. Is everything okay?" "No." Mercy wrung her hands. I want to go on the VIP tour with EB, but Carol won't let me. Caitlin found the missing arrows in Cupid's room, I explained, so I told her we're doing a VIP tour for guests only. The fairy godmother blinked. They've been in Cupid's room the whole time? Who cares about arrows? Mercy's face reddened. I wish she'd... Stop. The fairy godmother raised a hand to silence her. To my surprise, Mercy obeyed. I would think before you say something you regret. Carol is your friend, isn't she? She betrayed me, Mercy sniffled. I shot the fairy godmother a pleading look. I need to talk to Cupid. The arrows were in his room, which means he must be responsible. The evidence spoke for itself, and even he wouldn't be able to deny it. The question was, how was I supposed to impose consequences on him? I'd already confiscated all his arrows and banned him from the VIP tour, and I'd have to speak to Mrs. Claus before I did anything drastic like try to kick him out of the inn. Maybe I could put his name on a blacklist for next time, but at this rate there wouldn't be a next time. We'll talk to Cupid, said the fairy godmother. Mercy, is there anything else you want? A VIP ticket to that tour. A tear rolled down Mercy's cheek. But Carol has one of those and she won't give it to me. Can't you magic us up some more? Asked Caitlin. If we wish for them. I can, yes. I suppressed a groan and gave the fairy godmother a pleading look, but she shook her head lightly. Was that meant to be a reassurance? Then I wish for 2 tickets to the VIP tour, Caitlin announced. And I wish for one of my own, Mercy said. The fairy godmother pulled out her wand and gave it a wave, conjuring up 3 copies of the tickets, and Mercy and Caitlin both squealed with happiness. This has to stop. I addressed the fairy godmother. Can I talk to you alone? Of course. Since Mercy and Caitlin were still loudly squealing and discussing plans, I beckoned to the fairy godmother to follow me outside. Spencer was still hovering near the sign, so we weren't exactly alone, but I didn't mind telling him everything. He knew most of it already, after all. I already offered a ticket to Spencer, I told the fairy godmother. At this rate, I'll have to cancel the whole thing. The fairy godmother didn't reply, but Spencer looked at me in confusion and concern. What happened? He asked. I heard Mercy. She sounded pretty upset. Cupid's missing arrow showed up in his own room, I explained. Also, Mercy has wrangled herself a ticket to the VIP tour to stalk the Easter Bunny. Caitlin has tickets for her and Alfie too. You gave her them? He looked at the fairy godmother in disbelief. There's no need to look so accusing. She lifted her head. If someone makes a wish, I'm obligated to grant it. I thought you were on my side was a childish thought, but she'd been as helpful towards a spell-addled Mercy as she'd been towards me. Had I been wrong to trust her after all? I thought you'd at least be able to steer them towards the right choice. Do you really want to watch the Easter Bunny running away from Mercy all evening? No, she said, but what I want is not grantable via any wish. Besides, she and Caitlin should have had a closer look at the fine print on those tickets. What does that mean? Suspicion gripped me. Did you trick them into wishing for the wrong tickets? They're certainly the right tickets, but for tomorrow, not today. They should have specified which date they wanted. That was devious, Spencer commented. What happens if they notice? They can try to talk their way in anyway, but it might not work, she replied. I might add that the tickets are also likely to disappear at midnight, along with the cabbages. Mercy will be furious with you too, I reminded her. I'll risk it, she winked at me. You two make your plans, okay? I stared as she flitted back into the inn. Mercy almost hit me in the face with a blizzard just then. She must be confident the backlash won't bite her. I'm sure she's dealt with worse if she grants wishes for a living, Spencer said. Did you mention you found Cupid's missing arrows? Caitlin did. Apparently they showed up in his room, which seemed weird to me. Cupid's room had already been searched, so they must have reappeared afterwards. Had he hidden them himself, or had someone else plant them in there? If he was anyone other than Cupid, I'd suspect some kind of a setup, but he'd acted guiltier than everyone else put together. In his room, Spencer echoed. He gave himself away? They didn't show up the last time the rooms were searched, so at this point it's anyone's guess. The Easter Bunny hadn't planted them in there, had he? No, I'd seen him go back into his room after Cupid had already left and locked his door behind him. Spencer walked past the ice witches outside the inn.
We can see if anyone got into his room from outside, if you like.
Good idea. I had my doubts that they had, but now I thought back, Cupid hadn't been in his room the entire time. He'd come out to see the Easter Bunny, for instance, and then he'd been outside earlier. That didn't mean he wasn't responsible, but a nagging doubt in my mind told me that there was something odd about the timing of the arrow's discovery. I halted near the box containing the wooden reindeer, which lay beneath an open window. Cupid's window, to be precise.
The window is open.
Spencer had seen too. Did someone get in through the window and plant the arrows in there? Might have. The window wasn't fully open at the moment, but I knew that they opened wide enough for a person to get in. Given that 3 of our 4 guests had wings, they might not have even needed to use the boxes to climb up. Unless he'd left the window open himself to throw us off the trace, of course.
They might.
Spencer rested a foot on the box, and an arrow fell to the ground. Where did that come from? I walked around the side of the box and found another arrow half hidden underneath. I thought we already found them all.
Did he throw them out the window?
Spencer looked up. This one was used. Its end is bent, see? Used on who? Caitlin? The arrow she'd been hit with hadn't shown up yet, but when I examined the second arrow, its end was slightly crooked too. Me. He spoke quietly enough that I thought I'd misheard him at first. Excuse me, did you just say you were hit by an arrow? This couldn't be happening. It couldn't.
I think I remember.
He trailed off. I think it was earlier today. He appeared completely unaware of how his simple words had knocked me sideways as effectively as Cupid's magic. He'd been hit with an arrow, yet he hadn't displayed romantic interest in anyone except me. The arrow had made him fall in love with me. You're acting so normal compared to the others. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Why? He frowned.
What are you talking about?
You were hit by an arrow. Part of me wished the fairy godmother would wave her wand and send me far away from here, so I didn't have to be the one to explain to him, but I needed to know the truth. Is that why you asked me to go with you to the solstice event?
Don't be ridiculous,
he said.
I asked you out because I want to go with you.
But you weren't thinking of it before the arrow. He might be mistaken about when it had hit him too. Perhaps it had been before he'd made the offer to help me fix the sign, let alone the rest of it. I blinked hard, tears filling my eyes. Why had I ever thought he'd genuinely be interested? I'd barely got through a conversation with him without making a fool of myself.
I was,
he insisted. Carol, please don't. I didn't want to hear him profess his undying love to me. It would be the arrow talking, not him, and I couldn't stand to hear it. Spencer, we can't do this.
But we have to.
He took a step closer to me. I've waited too long already. No. I turned my back and ran towards the inn, slamming into the reception area and shoving the door shut to stop him from following me. Whoa! The fairy godmother gave me an alarmed look. What is it?
Carol!
Spencer called to me from the other side of the door. Let me in. My resolve cracked clean in two. I wish Spencer would go away and leave the inn. Your wish is my command. The fairy godmother waved her wand, and Spencer's voice faded into the distance. Chapter 13. It took approximately 5 seconds for me to regret my decision, but by then it was too late. Spencer had vanished, while the fairy godmother lowered her wand. The spell will only last until midnight. I know. I blinked, hot tears burning my eyes. I didn't know how else to make him leave. Mercy and Caitlin, I noticed belatedly, had both disappeared. Mercy went to her room, said the fairy godmother. I believe they both went to get ready for the VIP tour. The tour they aren't actually invited to. I lowered my voice. Are you sure you won't regret that? Not a bit. I can also arrange for their journey to be derailed by a broken-down sledge if necessary. I choked, halfway between a laugh and a sob. Do you need me to wish for that? Someone has to for the spell to take effect, she replied. I rather hoped that Alfie would take me up on my offer for some wishes of his own. I said I'd never use wishes lightly again. Why didn't I ever learn? Worse, I'd already made one wish, which automatically granted me 2 more, twice the temptation. Yet 2 might not be enough to undo this fiasco. She didn't say anything, so I wiped my eyes and then picked up the arrow Caitlin had left on the desk. I found 2 more of these hidden outside. That's how I figured out Spencer was one of the victims. I'm sorry. She sounded as if she meant it too, but her sympathy made more tears leak from my eyes. I should talk to Cupid too. I put the arrow down and dabbed at my cheeks again. I need to set out some kind of punishment, but I'm pretty sure Mrs. Claus would object if I kicked him out of the inn altogether. Leaving him out of the VIP tour is a good start, she said, as well as confiscating his arrows. I'm not going to push you to use the rest of your wishes, but if I can do anything to make it easier for you. Do Mercy and Caitlin have any wishes left? Caitlin has 2, but I think she's already forgotten in the excitement over the VIP tour. I take it the arrow spell isn't likely to wear off by tomorrow? I already suspected otherwise. Maybe I should fall on an arrow myself. At least then I wouldn't have to clear up everyone else's problems. As it was, bringing Mercy and Caitlin back to their senses would take a miracle even a wish couldn't achieve. I wouldn't advise it. I shouldn't be considering making any wishes at all. And yet, I suppose I can wish for a distraction to keep Mercy and Caitlin from reaching the VIP tour tonight, preferably one that won't cause trouble for anyone else. I can certainly try, she offered, if you're specific. I thought it over. I wish something harmless would prevent both Caitlin and Mercy from getting to the VIP tour. Your wish is my command. Another wave of her wand brought a brief flash of glitter and a twinge of guilt in my chest, even though I was sparing both Elfie and the Easter Bunny without Mercy and Caitlin being any the wiser. Cupid's magic wouldn't interrupt the VIP tour, which was the best any of us could ask for. I have 1 wish left. What was my priority? Spencer's face came to mind, but I wouldn't get a word of real sense out of him until the spell wore off. What did it say for me that I hadn't been able to tell he was under a spell at all? If I compared him to Mercy and Caitlin, he'd been so coherent earlier that I would never have guessed. Don't stress too much about it, the fairy godmother advised. You've done enough, and you've dealt with a difficult set of circumstances admirably, considering you've mostly been alone. I had Spencer's help for some of it, but not anymore. I exhaled in a sigh. I wish you could make Cupid's arrows wear off altogether. Wait, I didn't mean to say that. I won't consider that a wish, she said. That isn't within my power to grant, I'm afraid. What do you get if people use your wishes anyway? I asked. I know you have to answer anyone who uses the words I wish, if you happen to be nearby, but is there another condition? I get paid only when someone uses all 3 wishes, she replied. I can adapt those wishes to each person, but the rules for myself are fairly stringent. And she couldn't use her wishes on herself, the same as Cupid couldn't make anyone fall in love with him for real. That meant she'd get more out of me using her wishes than I'd initially thought, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The guilt over stopping Mercy and Caitlin from achieving the perfect night out was enough on its own, without adding the knowledge that I'd inconvenienced her as well. I can remove the spell from Spencer for 1 night, she offered, if that's what you want. 1 night. Tempting, but it would only be delaying the inevitable. Every choice I made had a knock-on effect, and that went doubly true for magical wishes. The fairy godmother ought to know that better than anyone. Besides, there was no point in assuming my feelings would be requited when Spencer was no longer under the effects of one of Cupid's arrows. It wouldn't be worth the heartache. I shook my head. No thanks. It's up to you. Your 3rd wish can be anything. Let me think about it. I didn't need the added pressure at the moment, but I still had 1 leftover ticket, and there was no chance I'd let it anywhere near Cupid. The sound of the kitchen door opening gave me an idea. Hang on. I ran into the restaurant where I pressed the ticket upon a stupefied Elfie. Do you want to go on the VIP tour with the guests? Cupid got disinvited over the arrows incident, so I have a spare ticket. He squinted at me. Caitlin isn't going, is she? She thinks she is, but she isn't, I answered. Long story. Anyway, the trip leaves at 6, which is any minute now. As if on cue, the sound of a sledge arriving came from outside. A moment later, footsteps shook the stairs as the guests descended to meet them. I stood guard beside the stairs to make sure Mercy didn't reappear and pounce on the Easter Bunny, but neither she nor Caitlin showed their faces. Perhaps that was the fairy godmother's distraction at work. In any case, the Easter Bunny safely boarded the sledge without being ambushed and was joined by Alfie, the Tooth Fairy, and the fairy godmother. As the sledge departed, Caitlin and Mercy came hurrying into view. "No!" wailed Mercy. "We can't have missed them already." I bit back a guilty laugh when the pair of them ran out of the inn, chasing after the sledge until it disappeared from sight. Cupid spoke from near the stairs.
"So, is this my punishment? I'm the only person left out?"
"It's only fair." A rush of unexpected anger hit me at the sight of him. "Was that a confession, leaving those arrows in your room?"
"No,"
he answered.
"That wasn't me. Someone planted them in my room."
"Right." I didn't even attempt to sound like I believed him. How would they have done that? You were inside the whole time.
"Not all the time," he protested. "I left my room to see what the Easter Bunny was making a fuss about, remember?"
"And Spencer walked into an arrow by accident, did he?"
"Who?"
he asked. "Don't play games, Cupid," I said impatiently. "Spencer is under the spell of one of your arrows too. He got hit at some point earlier today or yesterday."
"How unfortunate for him."
He looked more closely at my face and then took a step backwards.
"You're really mad at me, aren't you? I told you, I'm not the one using the arrows on people."
"They showed up in your room, Cupid." His window had been open, though, but he might have done that himself to deflect the blame.
"It's a setup," he insisted. "I don't have any idea who this Spencer person is."
"He was here at the inn earlier, helping me set up that new sign. I found 2 arrows hidden underneath your window. One of them was bent at the end. Care to explain?"
"Obviously the Tooth Fairy left them there after he planted the rest in my room."
"You're still blaming him? He hasn't even been at the inn since this morning." He scowled.
"Who else would be petty enough to blame me for his own crimes? He's always been jealous of me."
"I thought you used to be friends."
"Who told you that?" he asked. "The fairy godmother?"
"Is it true?" I wasn't in the slightest bit interested, but the inn was suddenly quiet with everyone else gone except for the 2 of us, and maybe if I kept him talking for long enough, I might be able to trick him into confessing.
"We may have tolerated each other at one time," he said, "but then he grew irritated with my ability to beguile and seduce women. I can hardly blame him for that, at least. I'd be jealous of me too."
Hanging around with someone like Cupid was bound to get irritating without any jealousy being involved, but I hadn't talked to the Tooth Fairy enough to get a decent grasp of his own viewpoint. "He does know you have no control over your abilities?" I asked. "Like the fairy godmother?"
"Yes," he replied. "As for her, her abilities are much like my own. At one time I thought that shared interest might lead to something more between us, but it was not to be."
"Are you saying you fell in love with her?" I didn't know why I was asking, but I couldn't help being curious about how he'd managed to juggle his abilities with his actual relationships, if he'd ever had a genuine one.
"At one time, yes."
He gave me a pensive look.
"But what does it matter?"
"Just curious." Even I wasn't sure why I'd asked. Maybe I simply wanted to know that I wasn't the only person who'd made foolish mistakes, like not noticing Spencer had been under a spell. I'd ignored the timing of his request, as well as the presence of Cupid's arrows, because I'd wanted so badly for it to be real, and I'd got well and truly burned for it. He sighed.
"No, I am no longer interested in her romantically, but I wish there was someone who could tolerate magic like mine. It's truly a burden."
"I'm sure it is." If he carried on like that all the time, it was no wonder she'd quickly grown tired of him. "If you remember anything more about how those arrows got into your room, I'd appreciate it if you told me."
"I truly know nothing at all."
He looked oddly lost, and if I hadn't witnessed his charm in action, I might have thought him genuine. As it was, I knew I couldn't trust a word he said. Without another word, he got to his feet and departed for the stairs. I watched him leave, wondering if I hadn't been too quick to trust the fairy godmother too. She might have helped me out, but she'd also offered her wishes to Mercy and Caitlin too, and the knowledge that she got paid whenever someone used all 3 wishes put her offer in a different light. She'd known I didn't trust wishes, and yet she'd talked me into it anyway. I'd been a willing participant, but if she'd manipulated me into taking advantage of her wish-granting services, it might not be her only deception. Surely that didn't imply any involvement in the Cupid incident on her part, though. What would she have to gain from using his arrows against someone? Except people to use her wishes. I'd found her lurking around the back of the inn with an arrow in her hand, and Cupid's window had been open. She could certainly have flown in and left the arrows in his room, but I was at a loss to explain why she would have done it. She wouldn't have wanted to get Cupid kicked out of the conference or in trouble with Mrs. Claus, would she? Out of curiosity, I loaded up the computer to check on the latest update from Mrs. Claus, but it seemed Mercy's final act of spite had been to leave me locked out of the Winternet and the computer. After trying every variation of password possible, I found my gaze drifting towards the back room again, where the wishing box waited for someone to use it. Nope, not going there. Why had I thought dabbling in wishes again had been a good idea? I should have learned my lesson last time, but instead I dug myself a hole I couldn't wish myself out of. Maybe I'd never know if what Spencer had felt for me had been real. Determined not to while away the evening moping, I got to work figuring out potential activities to keep the others busy if the arrow's effects were still running rampant by the following day. The guests would be at the conference at least, but that still left Caitlin to occupy. My phone pinged with a message reminding me that I hadn't thought to reply to the latest barrage of texts from my parents and sister. I scrolled through Mum's endless messages and texted back asking if she knew of any magical hats that could erase the effects of love spells. Let's face it was hardly worse than using a wish for that purpose. Mum's response came right away. I don't know how to erase a love spell specifically, but you can put a charm on a hat that removes magical effects on anyone who wears it. That seemed a bit above my skill level, considering I'd never done anything more advanced than a simple colour change spell. On the other hand, I was desperate enough to try anything, so I dug out my box of hat-making materials and sent another message asking for the instructions. 10 disastrous hats later, I gave up for the night. Mercy and Caitlin had still yet to return from chasing the sledge, so I heated up a quick meal and took it to my room to escape Mercy's wrath from missing the chance to chase the Easter Bunny around the VIP tour. Maybe it was the after effects of the wishes, or simple exhaustion, but I slept like a stone that night. I woke up to utter silence, suggesting I'd completely missed the others' return to the inn. After getting dressed, I went downstairs and found that the others had left virtually no traces of their late-night return. Now all I had to do was to figure out how to keep them busy until the end of the solstice, and I had only one wish left. A heap of failed anti-love spell hats lay on the desk where I'd left them the previous night. I began to clear up the mess, then heard a knock on the front door. Oh no, please say Spencer isn't back. At the second knock, I peered warily outside. A short and blonde figure stood on the doorstep with a lopsided hat on her head and a suitcase at her side. I stared at the new arrival for a moment, then I walked over to the door and opened it. Bella? My sister Bella stood outside the inn. Nice sign. So what kind of mess did you manage to get into this time? Chapter 14. 1,000 questions exploded in my mind. I started with the simplest. Bella, what are you doing here? She lifted her chin. I'm here for the summer solstice beach bash, of course. What? My sister hadn't shown any signs of wanting to return to Holiday Haven. She might have had a better time than she'd intended during her visit, but that didn't mean she'd been thinking of coming back, especially as beach holidays were much more her thing. I'd been reminded of that repeatedly throughout her visit with our parents, so it made zero sense for her to be here in June, the one time of year when England actually had sunshine. Mum and Dad aren't with you, are they? I asked warily. No, of course not, she replied. They wanted to come, but they couldn't take time away from their business. Besides, they want to stay at home when the weather is nice. So you came to the North Pole during summer. Why? To see the solstice celebrations, of course, she said. Did I hear there'd be mermaid lifeguards? Bella! Unbelievable. You can't just show up out of nowhere. We might not even have had any rooms available. But do you? We have one, but it's in the outside shack. I can live with that. She entered the reception area, immediately spotting the hats I'd been working on.
What is this? Are you actually following Mum and Dad's advice on making those summery hats?
It's not working out that well so far. Honestly, she just had to show up in the middle of the biggest mess I'd ended up mired in since the incident with that wishing box last December. Seriously, why did you come here now? I didn't think you even liked this place.
How could I miss a summer beach party at the North Pole? She asked. Yes, I know it's cold outside, but that's a small sacrifice to make.
Believe me, when you find out how my week has been so far, you'll revise that statement.
Oh?
She tilted her head. You didn't get out that wishing box again, did you? No, I didn't need to.
Well, now I'm intrigued, she said. Come on, tell me everything.
I fetched the key to her room from behind the desk before accompanying her to the room adjacent to the inn in the smaller building at the back. On the way, I noticed with some relief that the boxes of cabbage leaves had disappeared, along with everything else the fairy godmother's wishes had conjured up, though the giant wooden reindeer remained in the same place. I couldn't remember who was even supposed to be dealing with that. Not me, I hoped. In the meantime, I gave Bella a brief rundown of the whole saga, from the guest's arrival to my desperate attempts to mitigate the damage of Cupid's arrows. You actually let him stay here after that? She asked. I couldn't kick him out because he's a VIP guest invited by Mrs. Claus herself, and I don't want to get on her bad side, I explained. All I could do was bar him from the behind-the-scenes tour of the Solstice event yesterday.
Damn, I shouldn't have missed that.
Trust me, you'll be glad of it when you meet the Easter Bunny. She put on a considering look. Are you sure he's not the culprit? He certainly seems enough of a troublemaker. I'll put that question on hold until the others wake up. What's with the hats, then? She asked. You were trying to use a spell, weren't you? Unsuccessfully, I clarified. I never thought I might need to know how to use one of Mum and Dad's advanced hat spells, but I hoped I might be able to enchant a couple of hats to lift the effects of Cupid's love spell. Her brows shot up. Can you do that? According to Mum, yes, but I'm not the expert. I can do glow-in-the-dark letters and colours, but not the complex stuff.
I might be able to help.
She opened her suitcase, revealing a whole stack of hats and other materials.
With these?
You brought hats with you?
Mum and Dad pretty much forced me to. You know what they're like.
I picked up a bright, flowery hat, which promptly started to sing, I Do Like to Be Beside the Seaside. Hastily, I dropped it and shoved it back into the suitcase. Nope, definitely not. Bella snickered.
Bring what you have in here, and I'll see if I can help.
Out of any better ideas, I slipped back into the inn and grabbed the half-made hats, moving quietly so as not to disturb the other guests. Happy to seize on the brief distraction, I set up the hats on the small desk in Bella's room. Not sure Mercy will want to wear one, I said. She wasn't even speaking to me last time I saw her.
Was she really mad at you for swindling her out of using those tickets to stalk the Easter Bunny?
She and Caitlin wished for backup tickets, but I asked the fairy godmother to derail them both, I admitted. If they actually made it to the event, they'd have found their tickets had the wrong date on them anyway.
Devious.
Amusement flickered in her eyes.
I can't believe you even thought about messing around with wishes again.
Believe me, I have regrets. I sat down on the edge of Bella's bed and fiddled with one of the hats. The fairy godmother had offered her wishes to everyone, so it took one wish to beat another.
Pity you couldn't wish away the effects of those arrows.
I could, but not permanently, I explained. According to the fairy godmother, the effects of all her wishes vanish at midnight. Cupid's arrows, on the other hand, tend to last longer.
You really don't think he did it himself, then? She asked. I haven't met any of the guests yet, mind you, but he sounds like the most likely.
I know. I heaved a sigh. But it seems too obvious that the missing arrows turned up in Cupid's own room. It's weird for him to be that careless after going to such lengths to proclaim his innocence. And where is Mercy? Asleep, I assume, I replied. I'll have to face her later. And Caitlin, assuming they haven't ordered a whole flock of reindeer to impress Elfie and the Easter Bunny. Who did you say the third victim was? She asked. That delivery guy, right? Right. I hadn't told her about my own misplaced feelings towards him, and frankly I didn't want to start on the subject. Bella, though, wore a knowing look, as if she'd read between the lines all the same. "You sent him away?" Sympathy edged her voice, a rarity for her, and suggested that she'd figured out that my own feelings had been genuine, even if his weren't. "With one of the wishes." I looked at the hat in my lap. It was the only way I could think of to get him out the way. Granted, the wish would have ended at midnight, so he might come poking around again later. I hoped not, but I had only one wish left, and I didn't want to waste it on him instead of finding the real culprit behind those arrows. Let's face it, it was hard to see past my own hurt to find what he'd really been thinking when he'd asked me to attend the solstice event with him. Until the effects of the arrow wore off, it wasn't worth poking the wound. "The fairy godmother gave you 3 wishes too?" she asked. "Does she get anything out of your wishes herself?" "She does get a payment whenever someone uses all 3 wishes," I told her. "Also, whenever someone uses the phrase, 'I wish,' in her presence, she's legally obligated to make them an offer. That's apparently why she had to offer her services to Mercy and Caitlin, despite them being under a spell." A thoughtful expression crossed her face. "I wonder if she manipulated the situation with the arrows to make you want to use her wishes." The thought did cross my mind, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like her. Was that my own bias showing, though? She wants the conference to go ahead without a hitch. Also, her own wishes aren't exactly the same as the wishing box. She can offer advice on what kind of wish to use, and will caution you away from doing anything harmful. Really? Interest flared in her eyes. I might try her skills out myself. "Please don't. We have enough wishes flying around as it is, unless you'd like to wish for 3 hats to counter Cupid's arrows." "Nah, you shouldn't need to use a wish." She took a bright yellow hat from me and examined the stitching. "I can see where this one went wrong. Let me try." It surprised me a little that Bella hadn't mentioned our old argument over the wishing box when I'd thought she was responsible for stealing it herself. I wasn't proud of that, but Bella didn't seem to hold a grudge against me at all. It made a change from the way we'd always been at each other's throats when we were younger, that was for sure. As she and I worked on the hat, the sound of carolers drifted in from outside. While I wouldn't have minded hiding from the drama, the guests would be waking up soon, and I needed to have a game plan together. There. Bella lifted the hat into the air. "One anti-magical spelled hat. You might want to find a guinea pig to test it on. If that Spencer shows up, for instance. He won't. And if he did, I wouldn't have a clue what to say to him. I mean, don't you think he'll be a little confused if I randomly shove a hat onto his head? Especially if it doesn't work. Try it out on Mercy, then. Assuming she doesn't freeze me into an ice witch statue. Given her mood yesterday, I'd be lucky if she didn't. If it doesn't work out, then I'm out of ideas. Anyway, I'd better get back in there before the guests come downstairs." With the hat in my hand, I made my way back to the reception area. Not long after, Elfie came stealthily in, looking furtively around, as if expecting Caitlin to leap at him from the shadows. He jumped when he saw me and Bella. "Oh, it's you, Carol. And who's this?" "My sister came for a surprise visit," I explained. "This is Bella. She's staying here for the summer solstice." "Does she know?" He trailed off. "I told her everything," I replied. "How was the VIP tour?" "Marginally better than hiding from Caitlin." He headed through the restaurant towards the kitchen. I turned to Bella. I'm guessing that means it didn't go well. Oh boy, had the Easter Bunny raised some ridiculous complaints again, or had Caitlin and Mercy somehow managed to get in on it after all? Stop overthinking. Bella wandered over to the tree next to the desk. "I can tell that's what you're doing. Also, I think this looks much better with more summer decorations and less tinsel." "Glad one person approves." I gave a wry smile. I'm not sure we'll be getting much of a business boom at the solstice if word has spread about Cupid's antics. I checked the computer to see if Mrs. Claus had got in touch, but Mercy had yet to update the settings so I could log in. Guess she's still mad at me then. I hated fighting with my best friend. Bella and I had forever been at odds, but Mercy had always been in my corner. The way she'd transformed into a total stranger made me feel wrong, ill at ease. No matter how much I wanted to know how Spencer truly felt, my best friend would have to be the first person I'd test the new hat on. I just hoped it would work. Bella tossed the hat at me. Someone's coming downstairs. I tensed, relieved to hear the faint patter of steps, which meant it wasn't the Easter Bunny or Mercy. Instead, the fairy godmother came flitting into view. "Oh, hello. New guest?" "This is Bella, my sister," I said. "She came to stay for the solstice." "Are you the fairy godmother?" asked Bella. "I've heard a lot about you." "Have you now?" She smiled at Bella. "I expect you know you've come here at an interesting time." We went into the restaurant where the buffet table had already been set up. While Bella went to help herself to breakfast, the fairy godmother sat next to me at the table I usually shared with Mercy. "I expect you want to know how last night went." "Did the distraction go as planned?" I asked. "Should I be worried about retaliation?" "Not if she doesn't realize your involvement. I gather that she and Caitlin chased the sledge for an hour and then got lost." "Oops." As far as distractions went, it could have been much worse. I fell asleep before Mercy got back, which was probably for the best. Did the Easter Bunny at least have a good time? I believe he did. Your requests for cabbage leaves didn't go unnoticed. My shoulders slumped in relief. Alfie didn't look too pleased when I saw him. He told me he wasn't a fan of sand. I offered to grant him a wish, but he declined. The Easter Bunny himself was next to come into the restaurant. He did look cheerier than usual, though he picked up his usual cabbage leaves on a plate and took the table in the corner alone instead of talking to anyone. The other guests, meanwhile, remained absent. "Is Cupid still sulking?" I asked the fairy godmother. "I expect he is." "What about the Tooth Fairy? Did he enjoy the tour?" "I don't think it was his thing." She glanced over at the door. "I do appreciate the decorations, though, and those hats you left on the desk." Not all of those are for the summer theme. One of them is enchanted with a spell that might be able to temporarily neutralize Cupid's spell." Her brows shot up. "You found a spell to counter the arrows?" "We don't know if it'll work yet." I also wasn't sure I should be telling her this, but a thud from the direction of the reception drew my attention to the door. The Tooth Fairy stood in the doorway, and the instant our eyes met, he backed away before fleeing the room. "What's up with him?" Bewildered, I rose to my feet, and a crash came from the lobby. "Oh no, I think Mercy's awake." I hurried out of the restaurant, finding that the source of the crash had been a stack of brochures falling over when the front door blew shut. I hastened to collect them while footsteps came from outside. A glance in that direction made my heart swoop downward. Spencer. As tempting as it was to use my last wish to get rid of him again, that would prevent me from getting to use the hat on him. The hat. I looked towards the desk, but the hat was no longer there. Had the breeze knocked it over? Abandoning the brochures, I ran across to the desk and almost knocked the Christmas tree over in the process. "Carol?" Spencer had entered, and the sound of his voice gave my heartstrings a painful twinge. "Can I talk to you?" I squeezed my eyes shut. "This isn't a good time, Spencer." Where was the hat? Bella didn't have it, and nobody else knew it was there except for the fairy godmother. No, she hadn't moved from the restaurant. I lifted my head and gave a strangled yelp when I found Spencer leaning over me. I practically tripped over my feet in an effort to get away from him. "Don't run away, Carol," he said. "I'm sorry I came on too strongly yesterday." "The hat," I blurted. "Help me find the hat, it's bright yellow." "You mean the one the Tooth Fairy was wearing?" He gestured at the door. "He was right there." "The Tooth Fairy?" I stepped around him. "Why would he take—" "Carol!" A pleading note entered his tone. "Tell me what I can do for you." I opened my mouth to argue, but what would be the point? I needed that hat back, and I needed to make some sense of the Tooth Fairy being the one to take it. "You told me that you were hit by an arrow," I said to Spencer. "Do you remember any more details?" "Yes," he nodded. "I was waiting for you to come back outside while we were in the middle of putting up the sign. I saw someone watching me from the window. As soon as he saw me watching, he bolted." "Who was it?" I could already guess. Was it the Tooth Fairy? He'd overheard my conversation with the fairy godmother, including that the hat's magic neutralized the effects of the arrows. That was why he'd taken it. I think so. Where are you going? He called after me. I looked back briefly, my hand on the door. I need to speak to the Tooth Fairy. I'll go with you. He caught me up at the door. I didn't see where he went, but he was holding a suitcase. A suitcase? Had he intended to leave the inn altogether? We hadn't taken 2 steps before Mercy barred our path. Her hair was a straggly mess, and her eyes were underscored with dark shadows. But it was the fury in her expression that made her look unhinged. Did you think that was funny? Chapter 15. Mercy. Now wasn't the time for our confrontation. Can we talk later? The Tooth Fairy, I think he's the one who hit you with an arrow. Who cares about the arrows? My presents for EB are missing. Oh, right, the cabbage leaves. You remember that the things you wish for vanish at midnight, don't you? I had nothing to do with that. Spencer stepped in. Mercy, if you want to replace them, I can help you. Mercy shot me a glare. I want her to help. It's her fault. Carol has other things to do. I knew he wasn't in his right mind, but I was still glad he'd diverted her attention. I left him to deal with Mercy as I went in search of our missing guest. I had no idea whereabouts the Tooth Fairy might have disappeared to, but if he'd taken his suitcase, then he must have been expecting to either go home or find somewhere else to stay. Since he was meant to be at the conference soon, he really didn't seem to have thought this one through, that was for sure. In fact, there was only one other inn in this part of town, and it belonged to my former nemesis, Janice. I hadn't seen much of Janice since the incident with the wishing box either, though she'd been my prime suspect at the time, aside from Bella. I had no doubt that she was less likely to have forgiven me than my sister was, so this was going to be an awkward encounter. Hoping that the Tooth Fairy had gone to Janice's inn, I made my way to the small building she'd converted into a near copy of our own inn, complete with inferior ice sculptures outside. Janice peered at me from under a half-hearted attempt at a tinsel-covered hat when I walked in. Carol. She didn't look surprised to see me. Have you come to find your missing guest? Yes, I have. You didn't give him a room, did you? How did she even know he'd been staying at the Holiday Haven Inn? Admittedly, there weren't many other options, but it was anyone's guess as to what story he'd given her. I need the business, so yes, I did. What did you do to drive him off? I didn't do anything that I'm aware of, except find him out. He stole from me before he left. You don't want a thief staying in your inn, do you? And I'm supposed to believe you. Why? Was he holding a yellow hat when he came in? I asked. Do you know anyone else who makes magical hats other than my family? Her jaw twitched. Fine, he's in room 120. Thanks. I walked past the front desk to the short corridor that led to the guest rooms. Bracing myself, I knocked on the right door. Go away, said the Tooth Fairy's voice from the other side of the door. I'm busy in here. It's me, I told him. Did you think you could hide here through the entire conference? Silence was his only response. Look, I'd appreciate an explanation as to why you stole from me, I went on. I'm guessing you took the hat so I couldn't undo Cupid's spell and find out you were the one who shot 3 people with arrows. But why did you use them to begin with? More silence, followed by quiet muttering. No, this is all wrong, no. You can try to deny it, but you already implicated yourself when you stole my hat, I pointed out. You do remember you have a conference meeting with the others later this morning, don't you? You can't avoid them forever. I'm only avoiding Cupid, he mumbled. Why, because you think he'll be mad at you for getting him blamed for what you did? I asked. You do realise I can make an identical copy of that hat before the conference starts. You can't stop the truth coming out, Tooth Fairy. The door opened a fraction. What do you want from me? The truth, I said. You must know what Mrs. Claus will think if she finds out you were responsible for using Cupid's arrows on 3 people. A gasp came through the door. You wouldn't. Give me a reasonable explanation along with the hat, and I might change my mind. His door opened fully, revealing his utterly defeated expression. It was an accident. How can you accidentally shoot someone with one of Cupid's arrows? I didn't, not on purpose. He lowered his gaze. Without the bow, it's hard to hit the right target. What's her name? Caitlin. She got in my way the first time. I didn't know an arrow could have such a strong effect on someone if it barely grazed them. So who were you aiming for? When he didn't reply, I groped in the back of my mind for an answer. Clearly not Cupid or the Easter Bunny. Wait, you weren't trying to use the arrow on the fairy godmother, were you? Wait, I thought back to his obvious discomfort around her, the way he'd tried desperately to keep her talking to him on that first night. Who else could he have been aiming for? The Tooth Fairy inclined his head. I made a mistake. Several times, evidently. You shot Mercy next, didn't you? He flinched. She came into the reception when I was trying to hide the spare arrows. I wanted to distract her. It worked a little too well, I said. And Spencer? He told me that he saw you through the window. A flush crept up his neck. Again, I aimed at the wrong target. I knew it was never going to work, so I hid the remaining arrows. In Cupid's room. He must have slipped in through the back window while Cupid had been distracted, knowing nobody would believe he hadn't put them there himself. Do you actually like the fairy godmother, or were you just trying to trick her? Either way, it doesn't put you in a great light. His expression of utter misery returned. I just wanted to talk to her, but every time I try, Cupid gets in the way. He's the one she originally liked, and the feeling was mutual. When it didn't work out, I thought I might have a chance, but he never gives anyone else a chance except for himself. You could have spoken to her yourself. I tried. He shrugged both shoulders. She never pays me any attention while that Cupid is around. Everyone loves him, but me, I'm just a joke who exchanges children's teeth for cash. I'm pretty sure Cupid has his own issues. Especially when it seemed he hadn't been responsible for the arrows after all, and he had liked the fairy godmother, even if things hadn't worked out between them. He can't control when he makes people fall in love with him, but you knew exactly what you were doing with those arrows, didn't you? He closed his eyes. You're going to tell him, aren't you? No, I said. You are. You'll tell the others too. Otherwise, I'll call Mrs. Claus myself. His eyes flew open. You can't tell her. I hadn't completely fallen for his woe-is-me act, but he looked so pitiful that I hesitated for a second. Come back and tell the others and I might reconsider. What's the point? He shook his head. She'll never be interested in me now. She'll probably chase me off herself. What's the alternative? I asked. Wouldn't you rather the truth was out in the open? He exhaled. I suppose. Come on, I beckoned to him. If we leave now, we can sort it out before the conference. Oh, and give me the hat back. He shuffled back into his room, picked up a suitcase he obviously hadn't opened yet, and pressed the hat into my hands. Janice stared at both of us when we walked past. Are you seriously stealing my guest? Keep his room in reserve in case he needs somewhere else to stay tonight. If the others chased him out, for instance, which was a fair possibility. Cupid and the fairy godmother would both have good reason to be angry with him after his confession. Fortunately, the Tooth Fairy didn't try to run off again on our way back to the Holiday Haven Inn. I kept a firm grip on the hat as I walked, crossing my fingers behind my back that I'd be able to get it on Mercy's head before she realised what was happening. Spencer was no longer outside, but undoing the arrow's spell on him would have to wait until after the Tooth Fairy was done confessing to his crimes. A blizzard hit me in the face the instant I entered. Mercy advanced on me while I spluttered and swayed, pushed back by the force of her magic. Don't you even think about escaping, I told the Tooth Fairy, who'd attempted to edge out of the door behind me. Remember, if you don't tell them, I'll call Mrs. Claus myself. The Tooth Fairy reached for the hat in my hands. If I put this on her, will she stop? For your sake, I hope so. I didn't trust him an inch, but I was seconds from joining the snow witches outside as a decoration, and unlike me, he had wings. I gave him the hat, and he launched into flight. Before Mercy could do more than give him a look of startled surprise, he shoved the hat onto her head. What? Mercy staggered, the blizzard pausing long enough for me to get out of the way of the door. Wiping ice off my nose, I spotted the other guests peering down the stairs, drawn by the noise. The fairy godmother, the Easter bunny, even Cupid. Bella, meanwhile, stood next to Spencer in the doorway to the restaurant. Mercy? I looked into her eyes. How do you feel? I don't. She blinked at me. Why are you covered in ice? What's happening? She doesn't remember. The hat had evidently done something, but I knew better than to assume it was over that easily. How do you feel about the Easter bunny? She cut off, a flush sweeping across her cheeks. Oh no, I wasn't in love with him, was I? You were. Despite the others' stares, I found myself grinning. Don't take the hat off, it's the only thing countering the magic of Cupid's arrow.
I told you it wasn't me,
Cupid yelled from the stairs. Behind me, the door opened again. This time, Caitlin walked in. Where is Alfie? I want to give him his present. Oh no, I only had the one hat, and until the Tooth Fairy confessed, Bella and I wouldn't have a spare moment to make any others. I have an important announcement, or rather, the Tooth Fairy does. Everyone needs to listen, including you, Caitlin. But... She made for the kitchen, but was forced to stop when the guests came downstairs. Mercy went to waylay her, presumably understanding that she remained under the effects of the spell. When Cupid reached the foot of the stairs, I hastened to put on my sunglasses. The fairy godmother and the Easter bunny joined him, along with Bella and Spencer, while the Tooth Fairy wore an expression that suggested he wanted to wish himself out of here. I hadn't intended for his confession to be this public, but it couldn't be helped. The Tooth Fairy has a confession to make. I raised my voice so that everyone could hear. Want to say it yourself? The Tooth Fairy opened and closed his mouth a couple of times.
I didn't catch that, said Cupid. Did anyone else?
It was me who took the arrows, the Tooth Fairy blurted.
I knew it.
Cupid jabbed a triumphant finger at him.
You tried to get me blamed, didn't you?
I wasn't trying to get you blamed, mumbled the Tooth Fairy, but Cupid was no longer paying any attention. Instead, he reached behind his shoulder for his bow and pointed an arrow straight at the Tooth Fairy.
Let's see how you like it.
The fairy godmother placed herself between the pair of them. That is enough. The Tooth Fairy hasn't finished confessing yet. No, he hasn't, I put in. Tell everyone who your target was. The Tooth Fairy flinched. You. Excuse me? Said the fairy godmother. You. The Tooth Fairy looked at her, his eyes brimming with despair. I thought if you were under the arrow's spell, you'd want to spend time around me for long enough to give me a chance, but it was wrong of me to try to trick you. The fairy godmother blinked. You tried to use the arrow on me? He lowered his head. If you want me to leave the inn, then I understand.
That's not good enough.
Cupid hadn't lowered his bow, and unlike the Tooth Fairy, I suspected he'd be perfectly accurate at hitting his target.
I'm glad you're finally being honest with us, but even if she forgives you, I won't. I've had enough of being everyone's punching bag.
You're the one who makes everyone else miserable, the Tooth Fairy retaliated. You monopolise the fairy godmother's attention. I have a mind of my own, you know, she told them. I don't appreciate being fought over like two children squabbling over a toy. The Tooth Fairy glared at Cupid. You never apologised for how you treated her.
She chose to forgive me herself,
Cupid said smugly.
You're all unbearable,
growled the Easter bunny from near the stairs.
I have had enough of always being caught in your drama.
I cleared my throat. Not to intrude, but don't you have a conference to go to? Can you try to tolerate one another until then?
No,
snapped Cupid.
I've had enough of all of you.
I gave the fairy godmother an urgent look. If you've been working together for this long, then I assume you used to get along, didn't you? Cupid snorted.
What do you care?
Because I can make a wish, I told everyone, which last I checked, none of you were allowed to do. The fairy godmother raised a brow. I thought you wanted to use your last wish for something else. Unwillingly, I found my gaze drawn towards Spencer. I couldn't read his expression, but I knew better than to believe the spell would have worn off so soon. Besides, he wouldn't have wanted me to put him above the guests. Cupid made for the door.
I don't have to listen to a word any of you say.
Wait, I opened my mouth. I wish... The fairy godmother raised her wand, inviting me to finish my sentence. I wish Cupid's magic would stop working. With a flick of her wand and a flash of light, everything went still. Chapter 16. Cupid was the first to move, his arrow falling from his bow and clattering onto the floor. Everyone else stared at the fairy godmother, then at me. Cupid picked up the arrow, lowering the bow.
Did it work?
His tone was half stunned, half cautiously hopeful. Let's find out. I pulled off my sunglasses and looked directly at him, bracing myself for the overwhelming rush of his magic. Yet nothing happened. No swooning, no staring, and no loss of reason. I met Mercy's eyes. She, too, looked completely unaffected.
I don't believe this.
Cupid spun on the fairy godmother.
You could turn my magic off all along?
The fairy godmother smiled. That's better, everyone, isn't it?
Cupid's face reddened. You let me believe I was trapped forever when your wishes could have set me free.
Not exactly, I said. Someone else had to wish for it, right?
That's right, she confirmed. Like your own magic, my wishes have conditions.
But he trailed off, seemingly too much in shock even to feel sorry for himself. Meanwhile, Mercy made her way to my side. Carol, I'm so sorry I yelled at you. You stopped me from making an even bigger fool of myself than I already did. What are friends for? I looked for the Easter Bunny and saw that he'd sat down on the lowest stair, chewing on a piece of grass. I think he's the one you need to speak to, though. Her face flushed. Oh, yes, you're right. The Easter Bunny scowled when she hurried over to him to apologise, but his annoyance became visible relief that she was no longer fawning over him. Yet nobody looked more relieved than Cupid himself. Once he stopped spluttering at the fairy godmother, he did a twirl in the air.
I'm free,
he announced before doing another twirl and zipping out of the inn. I raised a brow at the fairy godmother. He does remember he has a conference to go to, right? I'll go and get him. When she left, I glimpsed the Tooth Fairy hovering near the desk, his wings folded against his back and his head bowed. I approached him. There, it didn't go as badly as you expected, did it?
I should leave before he remembers he's mad at me.
Cupid? I think he's a bit distracted at the moment. That was putting it mildly. Also, if you want to apologise to the fairy godmother alone, you'd better do it before she goes to fetch him. When he saw her waiting for him in the doorway, he flushed bright red. You're right. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on their conversation, but I was pretty sure everyone heard his garbled, I'm sorry, when he got down on his knees in front of her. Please stop apologising, she told him.
Okay. His shoulders hunched. I'll leave.
Don't do that either, she said, a dash of impatience in her voice. Really, Tooth Fairy? If I'd known you'd go to those resorts to get my attention, I would have told you how I felt from the start. Silence spread between them. I hastily turned away, but no matter how I tried not to listen in, I still heard the Tooth Fairy whisper,
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? The fairy godmother didn't appear to be bothered by the number of people watching them in the slightest. If you hadn't been so fixated on Cupid rather than me, you might have noticed sooner.
But he spluttered. Cupid was interested in you first.
Like I told you, I'm not a toy to pass around, she said. Cupid and I tried dating once, yes, but that was years ago. Yes, he does try to use his magic to charm people, but you ought to know by now that his magic has no effect on me whatsoever. The Tooth Fairy took a step back and said in a hushed voice,
So, you do feel the same as I do?
Yes, and if you'd given me the chance to say so before jumping to conclusions, then there might have been no need for any of this. His wings drooped again.
You still don't forgive me, do you?
Tooth Fairy, she said in a slightly exasperated tone, can we put this behind us? We can talk about it later, after the conference.
Yes, we need to find Cupid.
He pushed open the door and let her leave first, while I found myself wondering if I was truly the most oblivious person in the room after all. Of course, Spencer hadn't been interested in me at all before all this, and he deserved to make the choice himself. Once I'd made him a hat of his own, that is. I looked for Bella and saw her talking to Spencer, perhaps to distract him from pursuing me. To avoid catching his gaze, I saw that Mercy was still talking to the Easter Bunny. Weird. He wasn't going to declare his undying love for her, was he? At this point, nothing would surprise me. Still, the Easter Bunny was just one of the unintended victims of Mercy's spell-addled behaviour. I approached her and muttered, Should I ask Darryl to come over so you can explain to him? I already messaged him, she said. I'll see him later. I'm giving the Easter Bunny some suggestions for how to avoid me when I take the hat off. Good idea. At least she'd remembered poor Darryl now she no longer had the effects of a spell clouding her thoughts. Wait, you're not going to take the hat off, are you? You want to borrow it to give to Spencer, right? I shook my head. I'll make him another one. Hearing his name, Spencer left Bella in mid-conversation to approach me. Oh no. Carol, he said, we should talk. Yes, you should. Mercy sprang up behind him and shoved the hat onto his head. At once, his gaze went slack. He blinked a couple of times and then looked at me as if he'd never seen me before. My chest tightened. Spencer, I'd apologise for sending you home so abruptly yesterday, but you probably understand why I did it now. I do, he said, and you're right. My eyes stung. So it's true. Why did it have to hurt this much? I'd dealt with heartbreak before, but I wished I'd waited until we were alone before confirming my hopes had well and truly been dashed. We should probably talk outside. He made for the front door. Your sister did a good job of keeping me distracted. I see she's doing the same to Mercy. Did she? I blinked hard. Did she keep talking about hats? No, something about summer and mermaid lifeguards. He shook his head. Anyway, I'm sorry about all this. I'm the one who didn't even notice you were under a spell. I blinked again, wondering if I could pass the tears in my eyes off as allergies at the North Pole. I should have known you wouldn't have offered to help me otherwise. What? He said. No, look, when I offered to help you with the sign, that was all me. As a favour, not a sign of romantic interest. It doesn't mean you deserve to have the choice taken away from you. I'm sorry I made assumptions. Hang on. He looked a little put out. I did ask to go with you to the Solstice event, didn't I? My face heated. Yes, but that was after you got hit by the arrow, wasn't it? Not sure on that one. The thing is, I planned to ask you anyway. My heart skipped a beat. What? Are you sure it wasn't the arrow? I hope not, he said. I'd hate to think I'm wearing this ridiculous hat for no reason. I gave a startled laugh. You really want to go out with me? Of course I do, he insisted. I wouldn't have been at the inn to get hit by that arrow in the first place if I hadn't wanted to help you, to spend time with you. Okay, time's up. Bella shoved Mercy out of the inn behind me. Give her the hat back before she uses her last wish for something stupid. I forgot she still had one wish left. I gave Spencer an apologetic look. We'll make another hat for you right away, one that isn't bright yellow if you'd prefer. Red is more my colour, he said. In the meantime, feel free to wish me away again if you like. No need. The fairy godmother approached, with a reluctant Cupid in tow. Spencer, do you want to take that giant package back to the shop it came from? Caitlin sent it back, I asked. She will when she borrows the hat. Fair enough. I reached out a hand. Ready, Spencer? Ready. I took the hat and shoved it on Mercy's head from behind. She stopped trying to shove Bella out of the way of the inn doors at once. Ouch! Sorry, Bella. Despite the knowledge that we had more hard work ahead of us, I felt as light as air. You aren't going to believe this. Mercy followed me back into the inn. Spencer asked you out? How did you know? I was positive he liked you from the start, remember? Before all this. She grinned. I always know. So do I, Bella put in. Also, you have 2 more hats to make, so I'd get a move on. I'll need a helping hand. A thoughtful expression crossed Mercy's face. We have a wish at our command if we want to use it. I shook my head. I think we should save it, don't you? The summer solstice beach bash rolled around at the end of the week, just as the effects of Cupid's arrows finally wore off for good. I could tell Mercy and Caitlin were both glad they no longer had to wear hats constantly if they wanted their minds to be clear. As for Spencer, he'd had a last-minute delivery to make, so he hadn't been able to make the start of the event. Instead, he'd be joining us later. Our group arrived at the entrance to the summer solstice beach bash, which took place within a giant bubble enchanted to resemble a summery paradise, from a beach complete with actual seawater to a water park-style setup complete with water slides. We'd all dressed for summer, leaving our winter coats and scarves at the door. Bella made straight for the pool and for the mermaid lifeguard she'd been so excited to meet, while Mercy and Darryl, who'd reconciled after the arrow spell had worn off, bought ice creams. I joined them as a third wheel, keeping an eye on the door so I wouldn't miss Spencer's arrival. "I'm glad I didn't have to wear the hat," Mercy remarked. "It would have fallen off my head if I'd taken it swimming." "Better than chasing the Easter Bunny." I wasn't sure he'd be interested in swimming, but with a little luck, he'd think twice about leaving Holiday Haven anything other than a stellar review after everything we'd done to help him. The Tooth Fairy and the Fairy Godmother, who'd been inseparable over the past few days, had picked out a table in the shade. Cupid, meanwhile, sat on his own, sipping a cocktail. While his magic had come back at midnight, as the Fairy Godmother had warned, he'd been far less mopey after his brief span without his ability to dazzle everyone who looked at him. It didn't hurt that half the people attending the event were wearing sunglasses too. In any case, there was one person I'd come here to see. Spencer met me by the entrance with Sunbeam the Owl perched on his shoulder and a smile on his face. He no longer wore his winter coat, and even the little owl wore an adorable straw hat on his head. Spencer cast an admiring look around the bubble. "This turned out pretty well, didn't it?" It did. My heart skipped a beat when he reached for my hand. I didn't know how summer at the North Pole would work out, but everyone seems to be having a good time. The next few guests at the inn would get the benefit of our summer-themed decorations before we switched them back to Christmas ones again. Or maybe we'd try a different theme instead. Mercy and I were nothing if not adaptable to surprises, and we'd had no shortage of new ideas thanks to our holiday-related guests over the past week. No matter what happened next, the Holiday Haven Inn would rise